that was why I did it. Let me call you.
So you have Igbo friends?
I have a lot of them now.
You have a lot. You have a lot of them.
Plenty safe. if I go to trade fair now, this is what did they call it? If I enter trade fair, I don't buy cosmetics now. Now that is the dash me. I have a lot of them in Alaba too, safe.
But
most of my friends are.
You have them like this, but yes, you just stand behind Buhari Bugidam.
Because if you don't befriend an Igbo man, you are lost already. You understand?
I don't understand. You say you should not befriend an Igbo man.
Yes, because the secretive manuscript of mankind is in the hands of Igbo. You know, they are born with it. So, and some of us, you know, we came to meet the Igbos in a country called Nigeria. You know, they are the original, this thing.
Yeah.
Why do you think the secret of this world is in the hands of Igbos? You don't know?
I don't know.
Because they say make them not bring foreign rice. I bought foreign rice in first yesterday. So there is nothing.
You say you bought foreign rice in first time.
In first yesterday.
And they must bring it.
16,500. You know, whether they like it or not, you know, there is one thing people don't understand. In this video, they say, make the ban motto. You know, so don't just say they do motto. You know, Igbos, they are the Jews, they are the black Jews. And the Jews, even then, they themselves are afraid of Igbos. That is why they refuse to claim them as Jews. Because they have the same DNA.
Even the same Jews are afraid of Igbos.
They are afraid of Igbos. You don't know? You know my younger brother. You know my immediate younger brother. He's a major in Directorate of Military Intelligence. He is now Nigerian military attaché to Nigerian High Commission in Pakistan. They went for one intelligence gathering one time. You know, Pakistan bordered Afghanistan. You know that they went to a village in Peshawar. They met Igbo guys entering Afghanistan. What are they going to do? You can't ask a Jew to go to Afghanistan the way it is. So Igbos, they are like that. So the only thing is that when you befriend them, they will vomit the little things you will need to know to survive. They will vomit it to you. I'm working, the MD of my company is an Igbo man now from, what do they call it? He's you know than I am now. Now his son is the MD of my company. You understand? There was a time where we spent more than 2 years. He was still paying us salary, and we are not getting a contract. Is that not mystery? Is it?
Is that
you know that I am now?
Is that not mystery?
It's a mystery now.
Paying salary.
They're paying salary, and you are not getting any contract. And he even increased salary that period. You see? And nobody knows. There was a time even Board of Internal Revenue came to lock our office. They say this man get oil, he got oil well. They say he get this, he get that. If they say make he pay tax, he will pay. Even if they say make he pay 1 billion, he will pay. Is that not mystery? Is it? If there is anybody you will fear on this earth, it's Igbos.
I'm surprised to be hearing this thing from you.
Now Igbo you go fear.
Upon all this fight, where are the fights with you?
You see, let me tell you one thing. Do you know why Babangida remains relevant in Nigeria?
No.
It's because he dined and wined with the Igbos. And that is why he remained relevant in Nigeria. You know, when Babangida was head of, he don't go to the government house. He sleeps like in an individual people house. No. So, and he's a free Nigerian. Have you ever had any assassination attempt on Babangida before? After he left power?
No, I've not.
There is one thing people don't understand. And that is why Buhari is flying because he say dollar this, he say this. And the rate at which even people are bringing in things into Nigeria is even more than when our border is open. So, who is fooling who? That is the end of it. That is what. Did you know that in my state now, the biggest rice farmers are Igbos? They don't push our people out of farms. Now then they farm rice now in Niger State.
Igbos.
That is you see, yeah, of course. Now then they farm rice now. Even rice now, then they buy local rice in the north. The Hausa man has money to buy local rice. And you know, that is why the other tribes hate Igbos. Because they don't know how they make their money. Didn't you see how they took over first tax? They are like Jews. It's just like what Adolf Hitler did to the Jews in Germany. Before you know, after the First World War, before Second World War, the whole Germans were paying tax to the Jews. Even government was paying tax to the Jews because they've taken over Germany. You see? The Igbo guys they are arrested in the airport with gold worth 1 billion. We didn't carry Igbo man the big gold for Zamfara. Did the Hausa man know where they sell gold? Yeah? Did the Hausa man know where they sell gold?
But why are they relegating Igbo man? There is nothing we do. Every government policy is targeted against Igbo man.
That is, see, let me tell you, the easiest way you can survive in Nigeria. You see, let me tell you, it is when you push an Igbo man, that is when you tend to survive. So when you push them, look at LG. Fuani. You know Fuani is not making money again. This man that owns LG is a distributor. Because LG now, if they are selling LG smart TV here in Fuani for 140,000, if you go to Alaba, it's 100,000. And nobody know where they are bringing it from. You see? Recently, I want to pack my fridge. My old fridge. I went to Alaba, they did the carton for me in my present. Correct one, original carton safe. You see? And you want this kind of people to go to Asoro, I will be in trouble. What is it called? It's just like Arabs. Now, Arabs, they are the Mephi in the hands of the Jews. And Israel is a very small country. That their population is not up to 6 million. Look at as big as Saudi Arabia. Have you ever heard Saudi Arabia don't fight Israel before? Now they control Arabs now. And you want us so that if you give also the man to Igbo man, they will just turn northern Nigeria to broad daylight prison. It's not possible. What do our people know? They don't know anything.
I saw this you forwarded WhatsApp today. I saw what you forwarded WhatsApp today.
Igbo, subhanallah. You see that was a mistake Buhari made when Buhari came in as president. Had it been he want Nigeria to move faster, I swear to God, he would have hold a town hall meeting in southeastern Nigeria. Tell the Igbo religious leaders, the business leaders, and tell them that they should support his government. You understand? They will know even anywhere dollar is, they will go and bring dollar to push his government. Say he don't want to do it, he don't want to have anything to do with people. Look at where we are today. It's not possible now. Because, you know, if you are talking about criminals in the world, America is the #1 criminal country in the world. Didn't you know that?
Followed by Israel.
Because it is the evils that will teach you the sense. They will tell you that this is what you are supposed to do to succeed. You know what I mean? Which all
so you know that that the Igbos are really pushed to a tight corner in Nigeria. That the Igbos are just on the fringes of being Biafra or
Chief, we should not lie to ourselves. If you are talking about the real sector of the economy, you know it is Igbos that shape the economy. You don't know. Because if you go to Manilas now, you go to Alaba, you go to Ladipo, you go see person, just a young boy will count $50,000, $100,000, put inside pocket, they go China, they go bring something. You know, if Babangida, I think Buhari has sense. Say no. Oh na 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 na. Watch it out.
me far away. Shabada, tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have. Because I have myself, then think say na defense. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, you go let to pretend. Do not run away. Kind of over than you. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I thought. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I am. Ohaneze Ndigo, how na day? I don't come to speak my mind. With no delay, let them know say una eyes clear about una way. Watch out, many things they happen in that country you dey. So, some people trouble upon people every day. Even when you dey, you go talk say you know dey. I need to understand why this one happen. I need to understand why the truth apart. The promise that we got and nationalize. The promise we will live and no complaints. Watch me far away. Watch me far away. See me far away. See me far away. Tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have. Because I have myself. Then think say na defense. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, you go like to pretend. Do not run away. Kind of over than you. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I thought. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I am. Samada. Every day, look at Islam is killing innocent Christians. Every day, it's depending on you, it's depending on you, it's depending on you. Chupoki Kogama, Materanya say you maka, Materanya say you maka. I know Ginaka, that is why I say, that is why I thought, that is why I know. That is why I say, that is why I thought, that is why I Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mohammed one. Biafra nile, anyị si gị gaba n'iru, onye aka ya dị ọcha, were ife na-eme, onye nna ya na-eju n'oyi na-ejukwu kwa agbawaja. You are whiter than snow, okwu gị bụ eziokwu. We stand where you stand, we say no secret trial. Onyinye Chukwu Ezosika Osiki Ohamadike, no secret trial. Prophet Yahweh's young Osiki Ahamadike, Osike Chisike, Matus, Ejike, Koli, Osike, one day Puja Bija, Sikwa, Noeli Feneme, Oweli Fenafia, Oweli Fenaco, Esi one name, Victor, Chimesie, Okorochuku, Igbo Network Television, London, Osiki Chisike, Nahabugi Nazu, Umu Biafra Nile, Getting Nova, Asiki Gabaniru, no secret trial, no secret trial, no secret trial, no secret trial. Hey! Watch me far away, see me far away. Tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have. Because I have myself, oh, then things say na defense, oh. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, oh, you go learn to pretend, oh. Do not run away. I know somebody, oh. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I thought, that is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I know, that is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I thought, that is why I say.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of September 2025. Tata Bobo Chenkwo. Therefore, I hereby welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even your siblings and your enemies, in order to draw nearer for their listening devices. This time around, today being the 17th day of September 2025. Tata Bobo Chenkwo. We are simulcasting on different platforms, as you may know. We are on satellite. We are on FM in many parts of Biafra land. On CHK 102.1. 102.1. CHK 102.1 in many places in Biafra land. Also, you can tune in on IPOB Community Radio, which is a very low data consuming application that is specially built to accommodate our people in ground zero, where people can pay for data, but they are being ripped off. No good services provided. Also, many have difficulties of even buying, purchasing data. Even there is no electricity. Where you can pay money to charge your phone. Charging phone, you can pay money to charge your phone on electricity. This is 21st century, but it is still happening. It is a reality that is facing us in this 21st century. Artificial difficulty was created in our land in order to humiliate us, in order to bend the people. The most potent weapon used or that could be used against a people is poverty. Anything that can reduce them to poverty, that is it. Because poverty is a very big weapon where our people are being pushed in order to fend for themselves, in order to, from morning till night, year in, year out, you continue hustling for what you and your children will eat. No government aid. You borrow money from the bank in Nigeria, it must be with collateral. Everything is upside down. It's anti-people, anti-population. All these things are meted out against Biafrans, mostly. You have it in the clip I played a few minutes ago, where Alhaji and Kunle in their bugged phone conversation, where Alhaji is making fun, laughing in a very mischievous manner that Igbos are being marginalized, that truth be told, that Kunle asked him, why is it that every regime in place in Nigeria, every Nigerian policy is made against Igbo people? And he laughed. He said, yes, you have to push Igbo man. Otherwise, you're in trouble. That is, when you push Igbo man, is that time he bring out his best. So we continue enduring this pressure happily. That is the saddest part of it. They rip us through electricity, lack of electricity. They rip us up through lack of no international airport in our region, no seaport. Do you know, let me tell you something. Instead of building seaport in the Biafra region, Nigeria had to make agreements with Benin Republic and even Togo. People, are you hearing what I'm saying? People that are doing importation as their business will testify to what I'm saying. The Nigeria government prefer to push the seaport importation, to Togo, neighboring two countries, and Benin Republic. That's why, you bring containers even through Togo, which is two countries away from Nigeria. They will tell you that Apapa Wharf, Kanu Wharf is filled up. And our people are suffering, bringing their containers, their goods from Togo and the Benin Republic. Instead of opening that seaport in our land to alleviate our problem, they increase it. Igbo man will clear his container in Togo and pass through Benin Republic, then pass another border, enter Nigeria, two borders, and start from Lagos down to Biafra region, paying. And our people think that this is normal. Our people, we have taken suffering as our normal life. That is why, it is the fulfillment of what Sadwana of Sokoto said, that instead of even giving the job to a Biafran, that they will look for a white man, a foreigner. He said a foreigner, and give him that job. If they look for a foreigner they couldn't find, now they can now call another Nigerian that marries the job, that qualifies, and give him the job on contract basis. So that anytime they see a northerner they will terminate your contract automatically. That is why instead of building seaports in our land, in the Biafra region, instead they divert ship landings to Benin Republic, to Togo, other countries. Have you taken your time to think about this? No. As a Biafran, as an Igbo Biafran, have you ever taken your time to think about this? You know, the problem with us is this. Many of our people don't reason what is happening to us. Many of us don't read meaning. Many of us think that, oh, this is how it is. This is how life is. That is why they push us into religion. Oh, it is the will of God. Your solution is to pray. Your solution is to go more night vigil, pay more tithe. My people, the time has come for us to reason. That is what we call for here every blessed day, here on Biafra. Reason. Chekenechiche. Reason. They are reaping us. Do you know? Oh God Almighty. Do you know that in Biafra land, let me say, crude oil. Do you see the crude oil? The way they are attacking crude oil in our land. Do you remember last time? How many years back? Is it during is it NSAS protest or NSAS revolution or something? Before Katrina Link, the former British ambassador to Nigeria, before she left, yes, a statement she made, among other things. She said that Nigerians should give Nigeria another chance of at least 50 years. I don't know whether many people, some of us remarked that statement. I read it somewhere. He said, should give Nigeria at least another 50 years to see. Do you know why they put that? And they are in a hurry. Go to the coastal part of Biafra land. What is happening there? You know, the problem we are having is we don't even look at what is, we don't even travel to check what is happening in our land. Go to Ndoni, go to Akwa Ibom, even in their waters. You know that many people, the indigenous in different parts in Akwa Ibom, mostly, they depend on crayfish. Do you know that these people, the indigenous, do you know that Nigeria has the security boats, military, the navy, that always chase them, that direct them, no, you cannot pass through, you cannot pass this side. For fishing, no, in their own land, in their own waters. Sometimes they will leave, if they see the navy coming, they will run and leave their net. Sometimes they kill them, even shoot them. Nigeria is, giving us the maximum intimidation that no other people on earth can endure this. I've been saying this. People don't understand. Some people think that we engage in propaganda. No, whatever we say here is gospel. Do you know that Nigeria, in Biafra land, in coastal Biafra region, Nigeria have 59 points oil, 59 oil. Is it what do you call it? 59 points where they take oil, because they channel the pipes of crude oil from the hinterland of Biafra, Imo, Abia, Anambra, to the coast through lateral drilling. They have 59 points of loading. And these 59 points are working day and night. They are loading ships. I say day and night. Some oil tankers are 2 million capacity. Some are 1.5 million capacity barrels. Some of them, it takes 2 days to load. So that is a 48 hours. Day and night, they load it. They are loading this oil 247. There is no Sunday, there is no Monday, all the same day, all day and night, non-stop. In these 59 points in our region. Oh God Almighty. Do you know, according to reports, in some places in the coastal part of our land, like in Boni, like in some parts of even in Akwa Ibom, do you know that in the night they will be experiencing, the land will be vibrating? If you hear the story of what is going on in these places, you will you will turn to some of us can turn into cannonballs. Some will even, you cannot eat. The injustice, it is so conspicuous with boldness. The people in these areas have been reduced to nothing. They are breathing, the worst type of air, polluted air, with heavy metals, with carbon monoxide, and they are dying. The women, the females, are reduced to simple harlots, prostitution, in order to feed from hand to mouth. But these are places you have multinational oil companies that are making billions and billions and billions daily. You see, when sometimes I say it's not good to even, some people, it's not good for you to know all these things. When you know all these things, you become troubled. I am telling you. When you
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, 3rd July 2024. IPOB advised some Igbo politicians working against the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to refrain the attention of the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra. IPOB, ably led by the great prophet and resolute leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been drawn to the efforts.
Some unscrupulous politicians to frustrate the effort to release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, whom appeal court has discharged and acquitted on 13th of October 2022. IPOB's M branch revealed that some criminal politicians visited Abia State Governor, Chief Alex Oddie, to persuade him not to support the quest for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from DSS solitary confinement. We wish to inform those criminal elements working against the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to beware, because we know of their secret.
Meetings and discussions against MNK. If they continue with their sabotage, their names will be made public soon. Also, some of the political jobbers in the southeast region working against the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should know that we are following the activities closely. The unscrupulous individuals hold secret meetings with southeast governors to frustrate the Clarion. Call of the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who incidentally is the only political prisoner in Nigeria.
Currently, we warn those sabotaging the unconditional release of our leader to stop provoking IPOB. The saboteurs should know that nothing happens in the southeast region without IPOB getting the intel ahead of time. Those Igbos involved in this dastardly act to frustrate the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should retrace their steps quickly. IPOB ESN is not begging them to stop, but they should be ready for the consequences of their oppositional actions.
The IPOB leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has not committed any crime known to law internationally or locally. He is being detained illegally for more than 3 years by the Nigerian government after he was kidnapped in Kenya and extraordinarily renditioned to Nigeria in violation of international extradition laws. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's continuous detention is a gross violation of appeal court judgment and a slap on Ndigbo's face as a race.
IPOB understands that the Nigeria government has no case against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He must be released unconditionally according to the judgment of the appeal court. The continuous illegal detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is discrimination against Ndigbo. The Nigerian government has dropped cases and charges against political prisoners from other ethnic groups, but kept only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in their detention because he is an Igbo man. Does it not mean that Ndigbo means nothing in Nigeria? The unscrupulous politicians from the southeastern region sabotaging the release of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, are also not regarded. The unscrupulous Igbo persons working against the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are not only working against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but also sabotaging Ndigbo as a whole. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, 9th July 2024. Dishonest Nigerian army arrested criminals in Imo State, not IPOB ESN. The noble family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the great and indefatigable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, debunk the fallacious news peddled by the Nigerian military that they invaded ESN camp and captured ESN commanders in Orlu and Okigwe LGA of Imo State.
We have repeatedly cautioned the Nigerian military to call the criminals they capture by their names. It's very unprofessional for the Nigerian military to tag every criminal element captured on IPOB and ESN just for media blackmail against IPOB and propaganda to continue their criminal activities. ESN operatives are right inside Biafra bushes and forests dislodging, marauding Fulani terrorists masquerading as herdsmen for the safety of our farmers and farmlands, particularly during the
farming season. We know that the Nigeria military and their sister security agencies want to destroy ESN in order to pave the way for the Fulani terrorists to destroy our farmlands. But that will not happen. We advise the Nigerian government and her security agencies to desist from linking ESN and IPOB volunteers to their sponsored criminal elements who were kidnapping and snatching people's properties in the name of the Biafra struggle.
Repeatedly, IPOB has disassociated ourselves from these government-sponsored criminals terrorizing Okigwe and Orlu communities in Imo State. The Nigeria government and her security agencies cannot claim ignorance of those criminals. The criminals even disassociated themselves from ESN. They call themselves Biafran Liberation Army, claiming to be fighting for Biafra, but are involved in lots of violent crimes against Ndigbo.
These criminals take orders from their leader sponsored by the Nigeria government and its Department of State Services, DSS. Therefore, the Nigerian army cannot claim they are not working with these criminals that they are parading. We understand that the military and the criminals are working together to destroy IPOB ESN, but their agenda is dead on arrival. Biafra land is swallowing them at a faster pace. They cannot comprehend.
In contrast, ESN operatives are disciplined and well-oriented vigilantes. They are
not the problem of Nigeria. We are not up to 20,000 elites that are stealing Nigerian money. Okay, no problem. 100,000 elites. But you have 200 million Nigerians that can fight 100,000 men. And then you sit down in your house and you're complaining and grumbling. What makes you think that the elites will remove their hands from stealing? If all you do is sit down in your house and grumble and organize one small lecture on how you're feeling. Who told you the elites don't know how you're feeling? They know how you're feeling. They know you're not happy. If they don't know, you will not see them in their girlfriend's house after 6 p.m. You know why? Because they are running away from you. They are scared. But you are helpless, not because the elites want you to be helpless. You are helpless because you make yourself what? Helpless. So why are we gathering here? What survey? No matter the survey you bring up today, the elites already know that I was once a governor. The moment I see robbery, kidnapping, I know that there is no money in the society. So Commissioner for Finance pay contractors, pay those who are owing. When you pay, what happens? He pays his workers, he pays these people who are suppliers who have supplied him goods. They in turn go to the market, they buy goods, they pay the tailor, they pay the doctor, the money goes around, and then the crime wave will reduce. I had that board in my office, I checked it regularly. Do you know how I check it too? By making sure I go to night parties. I'm not a night party person, but I go to clubs with minimal or no security. So I test if my life is under threat, then there is danger, there is problem. What's the problem? Economy. Okay, when you say people, Tinubu was not elected by them. So what did you do?
Welcome back to the program, please. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. As you may know, my name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. I'm sorry for the, although it's a technical issue, so it's not my It's not of my making anyway. I've been trying to battle this out, and I will regulate it permanently. Sometimes some things will come up and you need to fight it. Even in this studio, sometimes some things will be happening and you will be panicking and doing things people will not know until you finally resolve the problem. But we must continue because that is part of the fight. That is part of the fight. So, as I was saying before, please, before the technical issue, I was talking about what what we are pushed into living on. The situation they artificially created the problem that we are living on in today. It's very, very sad, honestly. Very, very sad. The problem is that many of us don't understand it. Many don't care to know. You know, it's very, very, it's appalling. I say sometimes you regret why even do you enter into and start getting some informations that getting the knowledge you are getting. You know, sometimes you say, why not live your life? But because what you are seeing, what you are getting is troubling you. It troubles you all the time. That we have crude oil in our land, and we are being stifled in this situation in this way, artificially. As I was saying, Nigeria has 59 loading points, crude oil loading points in the Biafra region. I'm not talking of in the north, in our region, only 59 points. And they are telling you that that Nigeria is exporting 2 million barrels of oil every day. That is nonsense. You know, I've been saying it here. That is nonsense. All those crude oil loading points, all those crude oil being escorted, more than 90% are owned by the Fulani and their cronies, together with Yorubas. Are you getting what I'm saying? They are trying to dry our land. And there is no control, no laws guiding them. They don't adhere to any rules and regulations in what they are doing in our land. The way they are doing this, in the next 100 years, in the next 150 years, 2 generations or 2 centuries, 2 centuries, that is the time you will be, those in that time will be receiving the repercussion. According to reports, direct from the ground, from ground zero, from where it is happening. In some parts of the coastal Biafra land, in the night, they will be hearing vibration. The land will be vibrating. They are drying our land. Let me tell you something. They have mineral resources in the north. Are you hearing me? They have different. You know, in Niger Republic, they have uranium. Do you know that in the northern part of the zoo, they have uranium also, with different other solid mineral resources, rare earth resources, even in our land. We don't even know what they are mining in our land. This is sad. We are trading. And our land is being devastated. Look at the Haji Ebema. Look at the practical of Haji Ebema. I played the clip of that Hope Uzodimma, the Supreme Court governor of Imo State, professing that there are 7 oil companies in Imo State. None of them have office in Imo State. Do you see that? Do you know that? As a Biafran citizen from Imo State, do you even know that? Do you know that? No, we are trading now. Look at how they are destroyed. They don't leave us in any way. There is no gap they leave us. Al-Haji said that you need to press Igbo man, suppress him. That we are meant to be suppressed. I wouldn't know it on. Anyhow you want to suppress Igbo man, he will survive. On Casio Bindi no now for your information. Casio Bindi no now kaino. Let us understand the situation we are in. I saw how Mandela's market was burning. Do I have any remorse? The answer is no. Do I pity our people? I said no. Time has gone for that. We continue lament. We only bring it to the world. But lamentation. I think in the Bible there is a book of lamentation. We continue lamenting until the catastrophe we reach everybody. And now people will start asking for a solution. Now let us gather and do something. That is the thing. Otherwise, continue trading. We have been IPOB. We have been championing this cause. People do as if it doesn't concern them. You are trading. I've been saying it. That Mandela's market. Do you ever see them gather internally and say, nah, in a coded way, let us be giving the IPOB? No. Nigeria, we you go full us for mouth, full for throat. That time when you go in order to be reactive. Because it don't reach everybody. That is the thing. But as long as he never reach everybody, they know the system now. Our enemies, they understand. They no longer, impose that mass suffering on everybody at the same time. No. Mandela's market, they'll burn it. Others in other parts, no, you know, reach us. Our own last 2 years. So since that time, we have reached a memorandum of understanding with Allah. So they no go burn our market again. We are in good terms with Europe. No, you know, reach us now. That is the miserable life of average Igbo man. They don't care to prepare what is happening, to think and say, like the prodigal son, we have everything. What is the problem? Why are we being treated like this? There are people, there is a movement that is championing something that will help all of us. Let us support them. No. They don't care. Who are you? IPOB, so that they will not be the chief. You want them to support you? No. Who will take that money? Which kind? Instead, let them suffer in Nigeria. That is the miserable life of an average Igbo man. No. That is the thing. Iman ndorondoro, self-destructive ndorondoro. They don't care about the collective interest. Instead of, I said it before, instead of building seaports in Biafra region, no. They divert many ships that are coming that are filled up with containers, Igbo containers. They divert it to Togo, Lome, divert it to Benin Republic, and the Igbo man will also go there. Now, Tantu, the Potro, away Tantu. Everything is, no government support, nothing. And many of us think that it is the normal way of life. That's why everybody is fighting for survival, individual survival. The worst thing that has happened to us. Removing our people, deviating or redirecting our people from this mentality to collective mentality is not a day job. It takes time. You see people, X program will come on Sunday. You see people that go, I'm a Biafran by birth, but I'm not a registered member of IPOB. But I support what you are doing. I even evangelize more than IPOB members. There is no, he's just giving you moral support. He cannot dip hand inside his pocket and say, look, this is the ideology, the cause that I am following. So let me support these people financially. He will not do that. Why? Oh, Igbo call now. He's an Igbo man. They are drying our land. They are raping our land of the soul of our land. Let me tell you something. Do you see crude oil? Crude oil, according to some scientific reports, let me tell you, you see this crude oil, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Most places in the world is there. The issue, most of the issue is one, the depth, and two, the interest of the people to allow it, because it can pollute the area, it can pollute the soil, it can pollute the environment, drilling it. There are some places that water, you see water, underground water. Underground water is everywhere in the world. It's natural. So for your information, the more you go, the more you understand things. Now, many people don't want even the crude oil in their land to be dug, to be drilled, because it will pollute their country, it will pollute their environment. But they will come to our land where there is no rules and regulation. They will rape the soul. There will be, I say, 59 loading points of crude oil. Many are pipes, lateral pipes connected from Biafra hinterland, connected to the coast. Do you know that most of all these things, they connect it to the sea, to the high sea? So that the tankers that are coming there, you will not see it from the coast. You will not see it, and they use the naval Nigerian Navy filled up with northerners, Fulanese, to secure the zone, so that even fishermen, they will not allow you to reach even 10 kilometers of the perimeter. No, you don't reach there. This is what is happening in the Bight of Biafra, which they renamed the Gulf of Guinea today, in our land. And you don't know, we are selling markets. We are trading. I know now tire. The Fulani, they are laughing at us. They say these are the most stupid people on earth. Don't you hear Alhaji laughing? Listen to the way he laughs. Very mischievous. A mischievous laughter. That now these people are idiots. That we will deal with them. That is the type of laughter. Are you seeing it? They are taking millions. Each person is taking, each Fulani oligarch is taking millions of dollars every day, tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, every blessed day. And they see us not just noisemakers. Now, but in a container or container. Container now. If they don't direct you to Benin Republic, they direct you to Togo. You will go there now. You will not ask, but look, why are we suffering like this? Going to other countries. And they will tell you that, look, Apapa Wharf is filled up. I think Kanu Wharf is filled up. So everywhere is clogged. So they direct other ships to go to Benin and the Togo. Whereas you cannot ask yourself, we have an ocean in our land everywhere. We have water bodies everywhere. They can build as many ports. Many ports could be built as possible in our land, but they don't do it. That is complete economic strangulation. You cannot fight this individually. It is a collective fight. These are what IPOB is fighting. These are what we are fighting. But will you support us? No. You are giving us moral report. With that moral report, support. You are giving us moral support. Amadioha Kabuogi with that moral support. If you cannot dip your hand inside your pocket, if not that that X space is meant for both pro and cons of Biafra. Although Radio Biafra is different. If you come there, if you come here, tell me that I'm not a member of IPOB, but I'm supporting you. I talk about, and you are even in the diaspora. Um, I will not only insult you, I will insult your generation. I will insult your generation because you should be ashamed of yourself. White people, they will leave their country comfort, their comfort zone. You will see a British, he will leave his comfort zone and travel thousands of kilometers outside to fight. He know he can die. Yes, but he will go there to fight for what, for his, because of ideology, what he believes in, to defend people he didn't know. Are you getting what I'm saying? Say Govora traveled the thousands of kilometers from South America to come to Africa to help Africans to fight for freedom. How many of us as Africans can do it? You don't even fight for your own freedom. Talk less of going to fight for help other people in the same that are in the same ideology. Are you getting it? The only people that can do that does this, the only people that do this is Muslims. I will give it to them. Bound with one ideology, I will give it to them. You don't see it in these so-called Christians, in black people, they are on the church, but they want to go to heaven. How is it possible? How can you eat your cake and have it? You must choose one. So what am I trying to say? Let us understand the mess we are in. Here I like exposing all these things so that it down on you, so that you develop a positive chagrin, a holy anger, the real holy anger that will spur you into action to do something. That is my mission. Are you hearing what I'm saying? That is my mission. When we have our land is filled up with oil and gas and other minerals, both solid minerals, rare earth. But we are everywhere scavenging. We are everywhere scavenging. The loading points of crude oil, they don't have meter. There is no meter there. Some people think that we are making it up. I say, when I had this thing first from our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, I said no. I took it as maybe it's one of the passions. When you have passion for something, now you can talk anything. I took it like that. Before God and man, I said no. There is no way a country will be running this type of crude oil loading, no meter there, the loading point. I say until some years after, I had it directly from an NNPC boss. Direct. I said it here on Radio Biafra. I preach it here. I read the news. The man said there is no meter in the loading points. So anything Exxon, anything Shell, Mobile, anything they declare is what that is recorded. Nothing. No, Nigerians don't even near where they are doing all this thing, where they are loading. No. They don't. You don't see Nigerians. And you say, what type of country is this? Saudi Arabia oil. Excuse me. The drilling points. They have the wire camera, every different types of cameras sophisticated state-of-the-art cameras everywhere. They say they can give account of a drop. You know what? 1 drop of crude oil. 1 drop. You say they can give account of 1 drop of crude oil. That is why they're okay. That is accountability. But in our own, no. Let me tell you something. When Africa will emancipate is when they remove this primitive hatred against themselves. Are you getting what I'm saying? There is you know why it is primitive hatred? Because you hate your own. There is a hatred everywhere, yes. There is a civilized hatred. Civilized hatred is the hatred of foreigners. When you look, because it is part of self-preservation. When you will be polite to polite hatred. I don't mind him now. On your time go see that all of you, but in the course of protecting their country, protecting their rules and regulations, I am telling you, when he came again, anything I say, as you should just another race. They don't care. Once they declare maybe one thing or the other against foreigners, hey, you back, so they are danger like this. That is the situation. But onyoji hate onyoji bear. This primitive hatred has never disappeared in Africa. No, it is there. These people, they are helping foreigners, the caliphate. They are helping foreigners, taking crumbs, helping Britain, helping the West in order to rip us apart, destroy the soul of our land. I say, go to Bonnie, as I'm talking to you, go to Bonnie, or Haji Ebema, that is, you see it, you don't know electricity. It is an order, a secret order by the Nigerian government, federal government. Any Imo state governor that before you enter office, you will see, there are many things you will not know. As maybe a governorship candidate, as a presidential candidate of Nigeria, until you want to enter into power. Now things will be revealed to you. They will tell you, hey, you see your Haji, you can do anything, but don't touch that place. It's federal government, Nigerian federal government place. The development is in the hands of the federal government, so leave it like that. If you think you can go and do anything, they put it marginalized like that for a purpose, for political purpose, in order to breed discontent from the population. Now they will use Rivers State government. We can have been cutting them when he was in power, sending secret delegates to them to convince them to join River State. That don't you see that the Imo, you say you're Igbos, look at Imo, they are marginalizing you. Don't you see that? Do you see any development in your area? How many of your people have been commissioners in Imo State, any Imo State government? How many of you have been this and that in holding big office in the political arena of Imo State? How many? Nothing. If you come to River State, become Rivers people. We waiting short time, few months. We turn on Haji to small London. They promise them heaven and earth all the time. So that the people, the indigenes, will start agitating by themselves, say, no, we don't want to be Imo State again. We are marginalized. We want to join Rivers. Now, Nigerian government will seize that opportunity and say, yes, we grant them. They can be carved out into River State. Okay, so you can change the contours of Nigeria. You can carve out Ohaji Ebema from so-called the Southeast region and put into South-South. But you cannot leave Biafra. Don't you see the hypocrisy? Oh, you listen to agitation. IPOB is here now. We are here. So Nigerian government can listen to agitation or can promote agitation. No, we are here. We are here. So it is time for our people to understand the plan against us, the actions that have been against us. The worst thing that can happen to a person is if you don't know the source of your suffering. You don't care to know. You don't care to know about the source of your suffering. You don't care to know. And you are behaving as if everything is okay. I say check. How many of you listening to me used to even bring your containers from Benin Republic, from Togo? Tell me now. Bring your goods from Togo. You, instead of sending it to Nigeria, say no, the protocol, everything there is distant. Now you send it to Togo, send it to Benin Republic. From there, you now pay people in order to smuggle it into your land, into your country. And you think that this is it's normal thing, it's normal way of life. We don't have anything called the government assistance. You hustle as an individual, build your house. Even as you are building your own house, hustling on your own, you are still contributing to the community development, building infrastructure that we give to the government, to the federal government. I'm telling you, it is not this is unsustainable. Are you getting this type of load Nigeria gave to us is not sustainable. It have to come to an end. Are you getting what I'm saying? The only thing is that if our people could understand, if most of our people could open their eyes and know that, look, no, this is man-made. This suffering, this collective suffering is man-made. They put this load onto us. Now, the pressure of self-survival become too much that we engage in dog eat dog in order to survive. Is it how life should be? Is it how it should be? I ask each and every one of us. Is it how life should be for us? The answer is no. Therefore, you must support what we are doing. I say, you must support what IPOB is doing. Stop allowing your little biased mind in order to blindfold you. Stop allowing your little biased mind in order to block your sense of reasoning, please. Now, let me just read just something about the reply. This is today's news headline. Yesterday's news headline. Sorry, today is 17th day of September 2025. Yesterday's news publication on Daily Post. It says DSS disputes Nnamdi Kanu's deteriorating sickness, opposes transfer to National Hospital. Okay. The Department of the State Service, DSS, has disputed the deteriorating health claims made by the Biafran nation agitator Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to support and justify his new request for transfer from the custody of the Department of the State Service DSS to the National Hospital in Abuja. The security agency, while faulting the claims, argued that the health issue of Kanu by his medical consultant was exaggerated and made in bad faith to send the false health narratives or false health narrative challenge to the public. In a 37-paragraph counter affidavit opposing Kanu's bid on movement to the Abuja hospital. DSS averred that it has one of the best medical facilities in the country with capable and qualified personnel that can handle the health issues of the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Do you see the trash they are saying? Okay, they have qualified personnel. Why is it that the politicians seek for medical attention abroad? Don't you see what they are doing? The only thing is that our leader is in their hand. That is it. There is no dispute among about it. I don't threaten, we don't threaten, but they know the consequences of anything. Everything has happened to Onyendu anyway, but our leaders' life, health is in their hand. So, anyway, what they are talking is trash anyway. But we must continue. What I know, I continue saying is, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released, should be out of that place, hale and hearty, as a freedom fighter he is, with his IQ intact, because we will be watching, or we are watching. If they give him mind-bending substance, we will know. Because, Britain, they have different types of substances which they can be adding to Onyendu's food. They know. All those substances used by secret services in order to change somebody's mindset. But we know. I say the highest thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did is gathering us all under one family from all over the world. I leave it there. Now, let me also talk about, let me play this clip, please, before I talk about just few minutes. I will not waste time in this program. Please, listen to this about the bandits, the Fulani terrorists, which they call bandits. They are romancing with them. Even Sheikh Gumi on yesterday's news, he said, don't provoke bandits after peace deals in Katsina. Sheikh Gumi warns Nigerian military, one individual. Somebody that is dancing, a child that is dancing on the road. The people that are playing the music for him might be in the bush. It's not dancing just like that. So, before Sheikh Gumi will talk like this, he know the people, he know things that are behind him. He is a grand commander of the Fulani terrorists. Try to understand. Try to understand that Sheikh Gumi was deported a few months back when he went to Saudi Arabia for Hajj, for pilgrimage. He was deported from the capital, the origin of Islam. He say he is professing Islam. He says he's an Islamic cleric, and they deported you from the capital of the religion. Not going there on vacation, no, but going to pay, going there in order to conduct your ritual, which is Quranic, Islamic. It's an obligation to every Muslim that if you can afford it, at least once in your lifetime. Sheikh Gumi went to Saudi Arabia. He was deported. He has the visa, the valid visa. He has everything. But they say, no, Mr. Man, You cannot. They wanted to jail him. That's why when he came, he thanked the Nigerian diplomacy, the Nigerian government, for conducting the diplomacy that brought him back. They wanted to jail him because they know he's a terrorist using Islam as a guise. They said no. The capital of Islam. I don't know how Nigerians reason. Do you give this thing a thought? If really Sheikh Gumi is representing Islam as he was professing, Saudi Arabia wouldn't have deported him, for your information. They would have even held him. They would have given him honor. Say, yes, you are representing Islam. But they treated him as a pig. But you don't understand. Nigerians are docile. They don't understand. They don't, I will play weak. I play the week, just few weekends this thing. I will play it again. They don't understand. You are hiding. There are people are saying, Nigeria is going to be Islamized. No. What is happening in Nigeria has nothing to do with Islam, for your information. They are using it politically. It's a political ploy in order to canvass, to rally around non-Fulani Muslims, in order to, follow them, fight for them. The same way they use One Nigeria, and Gowon was at the forefront shouting One Nigeria. Is he still shouting One Nigeria today? Go on. Are you hearing me? So, what Sheikh Gumi is saying, he has not. This is about Fulani colonization, which we call Fulanization. Let us be calling it the real name it is. When you say Islamization, other non-Fulani Muslims will be happy that, because of docility and ignorance, they'll be happy supporting them that, okay, they're advancing Islamic religion, so we support them. No, it is Fulani colonization. Now, today's news say terrorists abducted 8 worshippers in Zamfara during morning prayers. Police confirm these worshippers are Muslims. The people that abducted them, the other day they killed Weather 40. These are Sheikh Gumi's Fulani terrorists. And these people are Muslims. So let us be explaining things rationally, not with sentiment or what we have been brainwashed right from childhood. Now you still have that sentiment in you. No, let us look at issues as it should be. Njemanze made the analysis. He is an expert. Dr. Njemanze. He said Bill Gates agenda about this using this Fulani terrorists that are destroying, we call Fulani headers. That they conduct research and found out that among how many thousands of people killed by these bandits, more than 75% of them are Muslims, but they are farmers. Say more than 75% of them are Muslims. The other few percentage are Christians and others. Now they now understand that this thing they are doing has nothing to do with Islam. It's only when they come to, like in Biafra land, I say these people are highly sophisticated in their approach, in many things, in their colonization. When they enter places like Biafra land or Biafra region, now they turn it as if it is Islamization. Why? In order to, gather the other non-Fulani people, non-Fulani Muslims, to use them as willing tools. That is what is happening. Now, Sheikh Gumi warned the Nigerian military, and he's never arrested. They deported him from Saudi Arabia, from Hajj, pilgrimage, bigger Hajj. That is the main pilgrimage last time. Nigerians kept quiet. Today is warning Nigerian military. Somebody that is warning Nigerian military, which means he has something that is more than Nigerian military. You cannot warn a country's military machine and go free. You know you are backbone now. You talk from the position of power. You see that? He said, don't provoke a criminal, don't provoke terrorists. They call bandits, Fulani terrorists, after PTT is in Castina. Nigerians are using it to do content. This is horrible. Now, listen, please. Let me play this because time is not in my favor or on my favor. Listen. You know, this is Arise News. I say Ruben Abati, all of them, they always gather to perform their normal ritual. In their normal way. They are not there to arouse Nigerian populace in the way it should be. Normal thing and that one gone. Listen.
These are the questions. I'll go to Katsina State now, and Rufai, we can tie it all together. We'll take the story in Katsina State, where reactions have trailed the peace deal negotiations between one of Nigeria's most wanted terrorists, Isaiah Kwashen Garwa, with a community in Faskari local government area of the state. The deal was announced on Sunday in a post on X by Zagazola Makama, a security analyst specializing in the Lake Chad region. In the post, Makama explains that for a long time, the terrorists had been linked to kidnappings, killings, and raids across forest areas in Katsina, as well as neighboring states. Reactions to the story have been divided. While some see the development as a chance to restore calm in long-troubled communities, others question the sincerity of the bandit leader, recalling the atrocities attributed to his group. I mean, look at this man out there holding a rifle. He's out there, Rufai, and meeting with community members. And this is the sort of conversations we're having right now in Nigeria. I'll take the reactions trailing this story. This is from an ex-user, wrote on X. Is a peace deal the required justice for the numerous lives that were wasted and are still...
This is only what they know how to do best. Sitting down around the table and discussing issues in a way, in a normal way, normal situation. Are you getting what I'm saying? That is what Chibuika Mechi described in his statements. That the only thing Nigerians do, they gather people, give lecture and on the issue, and everybody grumbles, and the following minute, people forgot and continue their daily lives. Listen to Chibuika Mechi.
The elites of Nigeria are not a problem of Nigeria. We are not up to 20,000 elites that are stealing Nigerian money. Okay, no problem. 100,000 elites.
100,000 elites at least, okay, at most. He said before 20,000 elites. After he said, okay, let's say 100,000 elites. And people were laughing. You know, the problem I have with Nigerians is this. They laugh at something very serious, where they should be even crying, where they should be chagrin, heavy sadness, they are laughing. 2015, the Oba of Lagos gathered the Igbo people and threatened to throw them into lagoon if they didn't vote for his choice candidate. They laugh and clap for him and call him Kabiesio, Etonya. And you start wondering, are these human beings? Chibike was talking, they are laughing. Very sad. Very, very sad.
But you have 200 million Nigerians that can fight 100,000 men. And then you sit down in your house and you're complaining and grumbling. What makes you think that the elites will remove their hands from stealing? If all you do is sit down in your house.
Sit down in your house and complaining. In another context, as you are hearing my voice, you sit down in your house in any part of the world as a Biafran, and you are giving us moral support. You pray for us. You don't add nothing. You don't do nothing. No, you are spending comment on social media. That comment will destroy you and your generation. You have you need to rise up and support what we are doing financially. As long as you have that possibility, you do it. That is how they know human being. We are not talking for talking sake. IPOB, we lament, we shout, we cry, we preach, and we do something. Because to know is good, but to do is God. Practicality is God. That is it. So this man is saying, highest thing, you stay in your house, you grumble, you lament, and you go about your business. Nothing, as if nothing happens.
And grumble and organize one small lecture on how you're feeling. Who told you the elites don't know how you're feeling?
And organize one lecture, as these people are always doing in Arise Television. Let me continue. What is the name of this? This very ugly man. If you see how I hate that man, I am telling you. Some people say, no, don't hate. I say, I hate you when you hate you hate us. I hate you. I will hate you double. Yes. Abati. Very ugly. Listen.
Wasting so many years of setbacks, not only for the direct victims of insurgency and the Northeast, but also for the country in general, negotiating peace with bandits and enemies who held the entire country hostage for so many days is synonymous with encouraging others to constitute themselves into groups to wage war against the country with the mindset of being granted amnesty after so many years of infiltrating havoc and destroying lives.
Do you see the tune they are using? Do you know that tune matters on issues? Do you know that? Let me take you back to history. Go prior to 1959 Cuba Revolution. On the disposition or the position of President Batista of Cuba, who was practicing American type of democracy. We are praising him, a friend of America at that time, Batista. But the Cubans were suffering. The Cuban population were very poor. Whereas the few elites in the country, together with the president, their cronies, the Americans, all the companies in Cuba, in Cuba, the factories in Cuba belongs to them. They are enjoying the same way that exactly the same thing that is happening in Nigeria. Oh, but America praises Cuba that time. Oh, it's a very big democracy. Somebody rose up. As a student, he fought. He was a freedom fighter is not something you come out one day and start. No, it's in you. That's why when I look back to people that was following Ekberima, I said these people are, you see Biafrans that turn around and start supporting Ekberima. Most of them are useless. Some are ignorant anyway, but most of them are useless. Because you need to have precedents. Check the background of the person. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when you check, even in the 2000s, you saw the video. He said this several times. You give even this thing we are in. You see this freedom fighting. Do you see this being genuine? You don't learn it only in IPOB. No. It's something that is in you. Check the real hard cause in this struggle. People that are genuine, that are truthful and honest. Check their family background. You see that you didn't learn it. You enter, all of a sudden you were a bad guy that is glutinous. All of a sudden you change, just like Ekperima. Ekperima said, he said it in his broadcast, even confirmed by IPOB members in Finland. You heard it, that he was anti-Biafra when he was Igbo chairman or chairman of Igbo Welfare Union in Finland. He don't want to use his eyes to see Biafra flag. Now you ask, how can all of a sudden that kind of person change? Do you know why? Our people, do you know why our people believe him? Because they believe in miracles. No, you know, they will give you an example. And many people were giving that type of example. No, don't you see Saul now? Saul was persecuting Christians. All of a sudden, he turned and become even a Christian. These are the junks, I say junks, that our brains are filled up with. And that is why we make wrong judgments all the time. Because of the junks that blocked our mindset, our brains, that we were fed with. Nonsense. Right from birth. You know, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you know, he said, no. Even one of the main reason he want to go to study in England, he want to go that way. You see that, oh, it is England, it is the United Kingdom that is holding us. He want to have that their mentality, to enter them, to understand how they reason, how they think. That is number one. It's a natural freedom. It's right from childhood, right from the family. Do you see that? When Boko Haram started in 2000, you saw him in video. He was protesting against Boko Haram, that Nigeria should do something against Boko Haram, or the population will do something. The Nigerian government should do something against Boko Haram. Do you see that? So you see that, you know, the character you portray in IPOB, it didn't start in IPOB. If you are a person of dignity, no, IPOB didn't turn you into a person of dignity, no. No. Any person that chore mota aka kenya aka ekpere nanka, it's impossible now. IPOB just brought out what has been in you. Are you getting what I'm saying? And who got the people on the battle for one thing or the other? That is how they are right from beginning. So what I'm here now, here, you know, you something that is in you that you bring out, protrude it. You cannot be a glutton on your back and you enter IPOB, it will not come out. No. It doesn't matter how you hide, it will one day come out. It will manifest in you. If you come from a family lineage of dignified people that could never be bought with money, you enter IPOB, you maintain that. You cannot learn bad thing into IPOB. You say, this is where I belong to. And this is our family character. It's in you, it's in your DNA, your blood. So it's not something you start learning. Are you getting what I'm saying? But all of a sudden, Ekperima, nobody know his family, his father, mother, all these things. Nothing. All of a sudden, somebody that spoke in Germany, we saw the video. He spoke against Biafra, against IPOB in particular, that IPOB should apologize to Ekperima. He spoke on video. All of a sudden, he became an IPOB, even not to claim to be an IPOB leader. And the people followed him. People started supporting. Say yes, they compare it with Saul. Oh, look at Saul in the Bible. Now again, how Bible menai. Okwa aikweluku ala. Hona okwa na I topoge akora egosigie. Hona one of the things the Bible, because when it's something like that in the Bible, Saul all of a sudden Saul, that is a killer of people, Christians, now turn in one flash, he become a Christian. So it's a miracle. So our people believe in that miracle. Do you see that? No, leave him now. It's Chukwuebiama that touch him. You know, let people. Yes, now I understand why our people are foolish. Now I understand why our people are very foolish. Because this book has turned our people's head into another thing. So you can be deceived. Are you getting what I'm saying? You must have a precedent. You see, check yourself. Even right from your primary school, you will see that as a genuine person, somebody that likes, that is in IPOB genuinely. Check from your primary school. In a you fight for people that cannot fight for themselves, and you don't know why. You cannot be there watching and then maybe that is how we are. It didn't start today. You enter trouble because of another person's problem. That is it. So you are a natural freedom fighter. Now you see IPOB, you listen to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you say, no, this is where I belong. It attracts you as a genuine person. And you now become happy to work, to give your support, because that is who you are. That is who you are. IPOB now attracts you. You answer the call, loyal the real call, in order to work, to advance that type of life that is in you. Naturally. I've seen people now, banish. So that somebody one time told me, privately, an IPOB personnel. I'm shocked that day. I was shocked. On any plan, like this. I got like now. Before you know it, you become popular. And so this is what you are aspiring for. Your aspiration in IPOB to become popular, more popular. Since that them block, or I don't know. Sometimes even I don't know me myself. Block the thing. Obanabam nishi take away personal. So this person's plan. So that they may have like this, na plan. He thought that I'm not working some years back in IPOB. I block him. I don't give a damn. I block him. So, because this is you cannot fake yourself. Whether you are good or bad, the way you are, it comes out in one way or the other. That is it. So what am I trying to say? The way they convey the message. Do you see the reason why many of us started the listening, following Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is one of the reasons is the tune he's using. Because the tune conveys to you how serious that matter is. It's communication. And he was saying things with passion. Are you getting what I'm saying? But Ruben Abatian group, the way they are saying things, it can never raise even somebody that is half asleep like Nigeria, talk less of Nigerians that are dead body. It cannot raise them. They are reading it as a part of the news, normal news every day. That terrorists were invited for peace deal in the north, in Castina. And these people, they came like this particular person, terrorist leader they are talking about. This is all over, is in the video. You see, he has more than 10, if not 20 AK-47 magazines on him. And you see Nigerian agencies, they are there. They are there clapping, watching him speak. They pamper him. And we are in the same country. Please continue listening. Continue listening.
Meanwhile,
Bonjour.
a peace deal that was intended to end years of violence in Nigeria's northwest has collapsed after bandits abducted 40 worshippers in Zamfara state. The peace pact had been signed on August 28th.
They abducted, is it 14 or 40 worshippers in Zamfara state? The same bandits. Umi is roaming freely, no problem. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in detention in the same country, for your information. In the same country. But the terrorist leader that has killed thousands of people and is still killing. The other they abducted, they killed the people, they ambushed the other day Nigerian forces. Is it National Defense Force? Is it in Zamfara the other day? Or in Castina? And they clap for them. They are mixing up with armed to the teeth. But they proscribe IPOB that is asking for peaceful self-determination through referendum. Do you see that the world no balance? You must be strong in order to progress in the world. Honestly. There is no space for weakling. I've been saying this. The only way we can be stronger is through the support of our people. And that is why they are trying to thwart us. That is why they have been trying in every way to make sure that we continue fighting ourselves. They use criminality. Do you see how they have been tagging Gentle the Yahoo to IPOB? Despite everything, despite Gentle himself opening up that, that Hope Uzodimma, he revealed how they met Hope Uzodimma, how they were giving money several times. But Nigerian media, they overlooked that because of they have agenda. They are driving to a focus. Their goal is for them to continue demonizing IPOB. Whereas the people that are chopping people's head off, the people that are destroying lives, the people that are committing genocides in different villages in the north, imposing levies to people, to communities in the north, they are being pampered. Don't you see that this world no balance? As a weakling, you have no space. As a weak person that is only there for you are peaceful, going around your normal business, you are nothing. What are you? The only thing that can make us something is our gathering together. You will be, and IPOB has been championing this. We need the support of our people. That is it. Continue listening, please.
Leaders and bandits in Katsina State. However, less than a month later, gunmen attacked a mosque in Gidantobe village in Safe local council and abducted dozens of worshippers during morning prayers on Monday. Despite the setback, the Katsina State...
Now, ask yourself, if it is Islamization, why are these people, they are Muslims, but they are kidnapping Muslims also? Don't you ask yourself this question? They are killing Muslims even more than. These are questions even non-Fulani Muslims should be asking themselves. Even Hausas, Kanuris, other ethnicities in the north, that many of them are Muslims also, should be asking themselves, if this is these are Muslims. So why are they then killing Muslims, their fellow Muslims? You see that it has nothing to do with Islam. That's why Saudi Arabia deported Sheikh Gumi, because they know that he is just brandishing Islam in the face of people in order to carry out their ethnic agenda of colonization, colonization. That is the only thing. Saudi Arabia, they understood the politics. That's why they say you are persona non grata to our country, because you are not advancing the cause of Islam. You are using Islam in the face, putting it in order to confuse people now, but you are going on your Fulani agenda. Do you see that? Don't you see that? Do you think that Saudi Arabia is foolish like you, like Nigerians? Do you see that? I say, if it is about Islam, why then are they killing Muslims in the north? Why do they kidnap and they kill Muslims? They bomb mosques, they kill them. Because it is a Fulanization agenda. They don't care whether you're a Fulani Muslim or a Christian or a non-practicing anything. They don't care. But in the interface, in the facial part of it, they will be protruding and professing, no, we are jihadists, we are Muslims. No, they are not. They are Fulanis. Call them their name. It means a lot. When you don't, decode the real problem, you cannot be able to solve it. When you are saying, no, you are talking against Islam, it's Islam that do it. You are now even provoking even the Muslims that are suffering like you. You are now even provoking them, pushing them to the side of the terrorists. Do you see the thing? That's why we must be completely careful. If you are pushing, oh, these are Muslims, these are this and that, this is Islamic, which means the people they are killing, the Muslims they are killing, you are pushing them to the side of the terrorists. You need to isolate these people. They are Fulani terrorists. They are going on Fulanization agenda. The same thing, the same war that was started in 1804 by Ottoman Danfodio, who is a Fulani person. He was also brandishing Islam, but he used it in order to overthrow and destroy kingdoms, which were also Islamic that time. You see that it has nothing to do with Islam. Separate them. It's Fulanization. Fulani colonization. That is what they are practicing. So let us call a spade a spade. Continue listening, please.
Government is saying they support community-driven pacts with repentant terrorists, but maintain a policy of zero negotiation. What sort of contradiction is that, Rufai?
So when you see a society,
they are laughing. Even in the, do you see? He was laughing before talking. I say, in communication, any gesture you make, it counts. When you are making serious, analyzing serious issue like this, the tone of your voice, it counts. If you are describing it or talking about it sarcastically, people you are communicating to, they take it like that. Just like, like in video, if you are seeing somebody, just watch somebody that is laughing. Or watching a video. Before you know it, within few seconds, that watch is tawagi. And you don't know what is even. So that is communication. Are you getting what I'm saying? It infects. So the mode of communication matters a lot. The way these people are analyzing serious issues that should stir up people into revolution, but they are lowering it down. They are downgrading it with the way they are talking. Are you getting what I'm saying? I want you to continue listening, please. Continue listening.
Rufai.
So when you see a society that the oppressors are beginning to have a very free reign, and the people that the government ought to protect. The government can't protect them, so they try to look for deals with their oppressors. These are vestiges of a dysfunctional society. You will have thought that this government will focus on that, but they'll never focus on that. They'll focus on politics. And that's why they were doing elections in Zamfara State, 5 local governments. I can't still process that thing. They deployed officers from Gombe and other parts, military officers, battalions were there. Insecurity, you will never see that kind of mass deployment. You see, because number one, the government doesn't really care about you that much. So you are left in the hands of kidnappers and bandits. You have to beg them for peace still. And that's the dysfunctional society we live in. And it's that kind of dysfunctional society that breeds people like Bago. That Badegi FM held his feet to the fire. He felt no other thing to do. He said he was going to demolish the station. Thank God Badegi FM didn't call to him. You know how many media stations that have called to dictators and outright bullies in this country? They took him to court and he was repelled. Now he wants to look at the sermons of preachers. At a point, if care is not taken, I'm not saying he has done it, but at this rate, maybe he'll start looking at all the phones and the call log of everybody because he wants to censor thoughts. The best antidote to react if they say you are not doing well is to do well. But in a large regard, in a very big aspect, yes, he has gotten some successes right in agriculture, but in trampling of rights and things like that, he has not done well.
Yeah.
And we have to tell him what it is. In that interview, he made many blunders. And please, his chief press secretary should walk him about what they call...
Do not forget, they are giving long lectures in a very serious issue like this. Do not forget what Chibika Mechi said. Let me remind you, please. Let me bring back your mind to what Chibika said. Listen.
Okay, no problem. 100,000 elites. But you have 200 million Nigerians that can fight 100,000 men. And then you sit down in your house and you're complaining and grumbling. What makes you think that the elites will remove their hands from the ceiling? If all you do is sit down in your house and grumble and organize one small lecture on how you're feeling. Who told you the elites don't know how you're feeling?
He said, and organize one small lecture. Is it not what they're organizing, what they are doing on Arise television? Organize, I'll be talking about it in a nonchalant, sarcastic attitude. And they become ceremonial analysts. Hey, ona asoko yibo sola. Ruben abati osoko anozo. Hey, what people are listening is the English, not even what they are saying, because the tune they are using is not a revolutionary tune. Just like a show where they come and say, revolution, nah. What is it, man? Okay, Nigeria read revolution or the youth today. Revolution, nah. Hey. Chineke kuna ihe ọjọọ. Where the lives of people are in danger, where insecurity is the order of the day, where one man, Sheikh Gumi, is warning a whole country's military and he's walking free. Nothing happens to him. He said the military should not dare the bandits. They should never provoke the bandits, the Fulani terrorists. Otherwise, and everybody is laughing about it. Where they are granting terrorists that have been killing people, wiping away families, destroying communities and villages, pampering them. The Nigerian military is mixing up with them as they are armed to the teeth. And in Arise News, they organize normal analysis, in order to earn their money, earn their salary. Now, so they are granting amnesty to bandits, to this Fulani terrorists. Okay, let us talk it today. Now, wow, okay, do you know that? And now, so in a very sarcastic, casual way. How do you think that kind of country will progress? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's own crime Onyendu's crime is talking about the ills, the marginalization of Biafrans. That if we are not wanted in Nigeria, allow us to go. They said, no, why are you talking for everybody? He said, no, I'm not talking for everybody. Just a referendum, hold a referendum. And he's behind bars for 4 years plus, going to 5 years. And those that are killing people, the terrorists that are killing Nigerian military, killing the population, they are having peace meetings with them, begging them, paying them money, paying them billions of naira, millions of dollars to stop killing Nigerians, to accept. And they are talking in the public with fiat, with pride. How do you think that this type of country is sustainable? I want you to reason. A country that hates a section of the citizens to the core, to the extent that opening instead of alleviating the suffering of the Igbo Biafrans that are into bringing containers into importation, instead they push some of the containers to neighboring countries instead of opening seaports in our land that is full of water bodies, oceans and rivers. Instead, no. They push it to Benin Republic. Go there, Igbos, go to Togo, 2 countries away. Import through there, because in Apapa, before your container arrives, even reaches for you to start processing it, it has entered the demurrage. So you suffer. And our people think that this is normal. It's a normal way of life. No. We should think. Let me finish playing this.
Thinks he's straight talking, but he says a lot of rubbish. Just like what he said in that interview, that Borgu local government is bigger than the entire Southeast. Empirically, it was proven to be wrong. Borgu local government is not bigger than the entire Southeast. Right. So, is this not the same man that told his police orderly to slap?
Let me say also, every time they make, they always make comparison. One local government in the north is bigger than the southeast. Why do they make comparison with southeast? You don't see them even compare with Lagos, because Lagos is the smallest state in Nigeria, but is the number one. The largest economy in Nigeria. Lagos, I think, is the 4th or 5th largest economy in Africa. Only Lagos. But it's the smallest land space. Why do you think that every time they talk of land space, that Southeast have no land, we are bigger than because they have succeeded in balkanizing Biafra region, putting many Igbo nations, many Igbo communities, distributing Igbo communities everywhere. South, North Central. And today, they are calling Southeast. Every time you see them mocking Southeast, if they don't call it dot. That's why I say it is high time for us to be at alert. You see on Hajima, if we allow it to be carved into river, so-called South, all of us have failed. IPOB is a failure. We are blaming on Hanez and Igbo, but this one will be a failure to IPOB. But it will not happen. I am telling you honestly. Because to shrink our space. Remember, watch Nigerian map. Watch Nigerian map. And see where they come from north. Normally, in every country, the east, west, south, the east, west, north, south, the cardinal points starts from the center. is from the center you start counting. Oh, why is Abuja called the center? Because it's physically in the center. When you look at the map, it's in the center. Okay, why didn't they put the direction from there in order to start counting this from here? From Abuja, normally going up to the north, going down should be the south. But they come, they are waranya, they are Waporo, they are Wapunaya. I'm telling you honestly. They will find a way to all the way to very, very, very sad indeed. So, what am I trying to say? When you look at the cardinal distance, the cardinal points, you see that ndị arụrụ anyị arụrụ ala, ndị arụrụ anyị ụrụ, ha arụrụ anyị ụrụ, you know, because counting from the north should be from Abuja going up. Now, because that is the center. Now, from Abuja coming down should be the south. But how Wapunayanya, because of the non-political tactics, the non-political sophistication of Azikiwe, he overlooked everything. He overlooked everything. Very, very sad. And if they are talking of Southeast, Ohaneze and Igbo have been there, they shrink Igbo land into the Southeast you are seeing today. Now they still want to shrink our land. And we said no, it cannot happen. So continue listening, please. Continue listening.
An imam or something, and the next thing, his reaction was, oh, he was an imposter. So even if it is an imposter, you say they should slap people like that.
All right.
So, you see, we have a dysfunctional society that celebrates dictators, give them a free rein to rule, to lead, to hurt, to demean, and we are meant to go and say rankadede to dictators. And when you speak out, you are told that you are not patriotic, and they will couch it around religious and tribal lines.
I mean, this is the situation that we have in our hands at this point. We have this terrorist leader who is actually number 9 on the DSS list, most wanted, and he's out there. His pictures are there, and he's negotiating with the community. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. We have a picture of the man
bandit
there.
was given chieftaincy title.
Chieftaincy title.
And government officials.
Look at the military fatigue the guy is wearing.
Come on.
If you dare wear that camo, the military will beat you blue-black in public. But look at him.
Look at him.
Wearing a military cap.
Unacceptable.
It's the audacity and boldness of impunity. That's
Bandits and terrorists are criminals.
They are.
They do not deserve jollof rice. They do not deserve chieftaincy titles.
Yes.
They do not deserve any form of negotiation.
No.
The law of the land must be made to follow its course.
Well said, Dr. Batin. Well said.
That's it. The law of the land must be followed. Oh God. Coming. But let me see. I think it's still happening. It's still happening. I will try to change some. I will try to change my so we must continue. No, it is not. So as I was saying, you see how they are talking about very serious, very serious issue that should be, handled with every type of alacrity. They are eating and dining with the terrorists in the north. Whereas Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is asking for self-determination in a civilized, peaceful manner, is being held for 5 years. For almost 5 years. You see how the world is. It's very, very sad indeed. It is very, very sad indeed. This guy said, don't provoke bandits. From time to time, I go and read this. Don't provoke bandits after peace days in Katsina. Sheikh Gumi warns the Nigerian military. But you don't see them act. Where you see them is in the Biafra region, killing innocent people, destroying lives and properties. That is where you see the Nigerian military. Very, very sad indeed, honestly speaking. So, lastly, when you see the Nigerian government talking about capturing IPOB, notorious ESN commander, Gentle the Yahoo, that is nonsense. It is not clear what they said or what they are saying. It is not clear, yes. But Gentle the Yahoo, we all know that he is being contracted by the same Nigerian government. Are you getting what I'm saying? That he is being contracted. You saw his post he made, I think on, is it 15th April this year, that he has been meeting with who opposed him. They contracted him to kill this guy in Idato, and many others. We are hearing it, but the Nigerian media, they are not, they are not buying to that, the reality, because they have an agenda. Gentle the Yahoo has nothing to do with ESN. Gentle the Yahoo has nothing to do with ESN. We all should know that. Are you getting what I'm saying? Okay. So, what am I saying in effect before I conclude? Let me also read one other news headline before I conclude, please. Okay. Panic in Katsina community as bandits impose 10 million naira levy. Gives 2 weeks ultimatum. That is the same Katsina. They have a meeting with the terrorist leader. Very, very sad indeed. This was September 11th news. They impose levy on them. Now, terrorists abducted 8 worshippers in Zamfara. They say it's 40, but they say it's 8. Do you see how they reduce human lives to numbers? That is very, very sad situation. They reduce human lives. Eyewitnesses will say, no, it is 40. Nigerian military will say, no, only 8. You see, even 1 is too too many, but they say they reduce people into numbers. And not the last but not the least news headline say at least 1,400 Nigerian students kidnapped from school since Chibok abduction. United Nations report. Where are they bring back our girls? I ask. It's on today's news. 1,000 at least one. This is official number. Now, the reality is put another zero, which will be 14,000. Nigerian students kidnapped from school since Chibok girl abduction. Ask yourself, where are they bring back our girls? Don't you understand how things are working? When I say a weakling does not have a space in this world. Remember good luck, Jonathan. Remember his own time. Remember how they carry his, because they see him as a weakling. So they use money buy everybody. Remember Yoruba Church, they buy you, all of them. They protest on the streets against good luck, Jonathan. Even one of our prominent Igbo clergies, Mbaka, he openly declared Buhari as the Messiah. That good luck is bad luck. Don't you sometimes you reason, why are things like this? When people cry, don't be sentimental. Go into details to ask yourself, to probe, to inquire about the precedents. And there you will start understanding something. Look at our people's market in Lagos. Mandela's is burnt down. People are lamenting. Igbo people here, are lamentators. Many of them, some of them will die on the heart attack or with a heart attack. Some will go back to Biafra region and become kidnappers, join kidnappers, because they have no more means of livelihood, courtesy of what happened to them in Lagos. That is why we are calling on our people to do the needful. Join or support IPOB. IPOB has the key, the solution to our problem. Join IPOB. Stop being on the fence or castigating. Stop, we have no future in Nigeria. Imagine that we have Biafra land, for example. Do you think that we'll be suffering? Even bringing goods, bringing containers or exportation. Do you think that we'll be going to Lagos? The answer is no. Remember, during the war, there are airports, many places in Biafra land, which they closed. Imagine that Biafra was restored. All these places will be filled up with airports. We will have no problem. One airport will be working. One airport will be working. There will be ports in Onitsha, in Uguta, Azumiri, everywhere. So no port will be clogged. You will be in your house and they call you that your goods have come. You call your agent to go and bring it out without hassles. But our people don't think about the future. They only think about now. What we are living in Nigeria is not life. If they reveal to you many things that they are doing against us, because what is worrying most of us is ignorance. I'm telling you honestly. If we understand how they are sucking our land dry, Britain has calculated maybe in the next 50 years, oil will dry, or if it didn't dry, crude oil will be relegated to the background. It will no longer be the black oil it is. So by that time, I buy it. No be on myself. Make on a go. If on a one go, make on a go. They are raping our land in conjunction with Igbo politicians. They are raping our land in conjunction with Igbo politicians. Those that they impose on us right from 1970 after the war. The imposition of political elites on us became very active. They started imposing people on us as political elites. If you look at the political elite, for example, Anambra election is coming. If you check the people that are vying, is it Soludo that is there that wants to build another airport in Anambra? White Elephant project just to loot money. You have an airport already. You want to build another one. Maybe every family will have airport in Anambra. These people, okay, you know, sometimes, if possible, we need to, even if it is abroad. You see, as this guy, the former governor of Anambra State, what is his name? That drunkard. He's residing in America, isn't he? He can be reached. Somebody can talk to him. Tell him, you know, in confidence. Even interview him in confidence. Obiano, say, please, can you tell us what you used to see? Your experience. Just bear it. Tell us so that we know. What do you used to see when you enter into that seat as a governor? What is it? Are you hearing me? So that we know what you see. Somebody that is you think that is a human being. He enter into office as a governor, he turned to another thing. Soludo was campaigning for negotiation, for dialogue with IPOB when he was not a governor. He was taunting politicians in a video, in a book launch. I still have the video. Telling them that, oh, all these politicians, you people think that you are smart, that you'll be using the agitation, Biafra, IPOB agitation, to advance your political, political front. That they are not, they are smart, they are not fools. We need to talk about Biafra. Today, he is the person that is, he is hunting IPOBs in Anambra. And sometimes I say, no, let us leave, annoyance. Let us leave Iwe. Let us approach these people and ask them, Oga, please tell us. When you become high-ranking political personality in Nigeria as an Igbo man, tell us, please, Kaimara the secret. We should prod them to give us the secret, because I'm not seeing it as normal. No, I'm not seeing it as normal again. They are normal. Honestly speaking, this is not normal. And when I don't know. Rochas Okorocha entered in Imo with Apuga through the auspices of Apuga, Ojuku's party. Or Baigadia. Oh, okay, don't worry, okay, advance a course of Fundibo through Apuga, through no love for Biafra. And yeah, blessing. He entered there before you know it, within some months, or I turn everything to APC. That's why I'm now hoping people now say, hey, IPOB should turn to political party in Nigeria. You have the population, you have support. Choose a leader and turn to political party in Nigeria, and then vie for office. What are we going to do that Ojuku? Is it not the same advice they gave to Ojuku? They fell Ojuku in the Nnewi. Any person that is giving you or giving us this advice, refer to him. Say Ojuku didn't win as a senator in Nnewi. He vied for presidential this thing. candidate, nothing. Even in his hometown, they fear him. Any person that is advising you this, tell him that is a ploy by the Nigerian government to discredit, to destroy what you are doing, because they will fail you. They will fail you completely, so that anything you are talking again, they say, because he failed election. Beg, go and start again and let us, maybe you can win. Your own is gone and mention your chapter. That is how they do. So any person that is talking about joining electioneering process or political process in Nigeria is you don't understand Nigeria. Nigeria, you can fail election even in your own family. As they are doing the election, you think that they have written the result a long time and wait. All those things they are doing as if, God, the beavers, they go and pump print this or that, is just to deceive the world that, there is this process that is going on. They have written the result. Before you know it, Britain will tell you, don't you see it? Britain now is the one that is telling, if you lose the election in Nigeria, they will tell you go to court. If the result you didn't like it, Britain, United Kingdom, the ambassador will tell you, or even their foreign minister will tell you, those that failed election in Nigeria, go to court. These people, the problem I have is this: why are they doing this? And many of us think that this is normal. It is painful, honestly. This is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, please, I will open the line so that people can start calling in. Do not go away, please. I will be right back. Do not go away. I'll be right back.
Is that you cannot interfere with, there shall be no state religion. So what are they doing in that religious affairs department? And we've praised Governor Bago before.
We have.
He promotes religious unity. We saw him twice, in fact, going to churches to sing, to even preach,
songs.
To promote religious unity.
Yeah.
But to censor clerics will be a bit too far. Section 11, however, says, of the same 1999 Constitution, that there's something about public security, and nobody, whether you are a religious figure or whatever, you are not allowed to incite the public or to cause mayhem. So how do they in Niger State, walk the tightrope without censoring the rights of religious people under Sections 38 and Section 39?
These are the questions. I'll go to Katsina State now, and Rufai, we can tie it all together. We'll take the story in Katsina State, where reactions have trailed the peace deal negotiations between one of Nigeria's most wanted terrorists, Isaiah Kwashen Garwa, with a community in Faskari local government area of the state. The deal was announced on Sunday in a post on X by Zagazola Makama, a security analyst specializing in the Lake Chad region. In the post, Makama explains that for a long time, the terrorists had been linked to kidnappings, killings, and raids across forest areas in Katsina, as well as neighboring states. Reactions to the story have been divided. While some see the development as a chance to restore calm in long-troubled communities, others question the sincerity of the bandit leader, recalling the atrocities attributed to his group. I mean, look at this man out there holding a rifle. He's out there, Rufai, and meeting with community members. And this is the sort of conversations we're having right now in Nigeria. I'll take the reactions trailing this story. This is from an ex-user, wrote on X. Is the peace deal the required justice for the numerous lives that were wasted? A mosque in Gidantobe village in Safe local council and abducted dozens of worshippers during morning prayers on Monday. Despite the setback, the Katsina state government is saying they support community-driven pacts with repentant terrorists, but maintain a policy of zero negotiation. What sort of contradiction is that, Rufai?
So when you see a society that the oppressors are beginning to have a very free reign. And the people have to tell him what it is. In that interview, he made many blunders or something. And the next thing, his reaction was, oh, he was an imposter. So even if it is an imposter, you say they should slap people like that?
All right.
So, you see, we have a dysfunctional society that celebrates dictators, give them a free reign to rule, to lead, to hurt, to demean, and we are meant to.
The elites of Nigeria are not a problem of Nigeria. We are not up to 20,000 elites that are stealing Nigerian money. Okay, no problem. 100,000 elites. But you have 200 million Nigerians that can fight 100,000 men. And then you sit down in your house and you're complaining and grumbling. What makes you think that the elites will remove their hands from stealing? If all you do is sit down in your house and grumble and organize one small lecture on how you're feeling. Who told you the elites don't know how you're feeling? They know how you're feeling. They know you're not happy. If they don't know, you will not see them in their girlfriend's house after 6 p.m. You know why? Because they are running away from you. They are scared. But you are helpless, not because the elites want you to be helpless. You are helpless because you make yourself what? Helpless. So why are we gathering here? What survey? What are the survey you bring up today? The elites already know that. I was once a governor. The moment I see robbery, kidnapping, I know that there is no money in the society. So Commissioner for Finance pay contractors, pay those who are owing. When you pay, what happens? He pays his workers, he pays these people who are suppliers who have supplied him goods. They in turn go to the market, they buy goods, they pay the tailor, they pay the doctor, the money goes around, and then the crime wave will reduce. I had that board in my office, I checked it regularly. Do you know how I check it too? By making sure I go to night parties. I'm not a night party person, but I go to clubs with minimal or no security. So I test if my life is under threat, then there is danger, there is problem. What's the problem? Economy. Okay, when you take people, Tinubu, you say Tinubu was not elected by them. So what did you do? What did you do? The same elites who rigged the election are on the street. What have you done? No, for Christ's sake, until Nigerian citizens stop blaming the elites, nothing will change in Nigeria. Absolutely nothing. The next election may come and go, and somebody puts himself in power. You say, no worry, I'll be only 4 years. After 4 years, he will go. He will come and say 8 years. Nothing will happen. In fact, if one madman comes and says, I want to do life presidency, you will do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just pray that there is no madman that will come and say, I want to do life presidency.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra Land. Now we are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of September 2025. Start above Bochenko. Our lines are now open. Our WhatsApp and Signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat for the third time, +61 405 142 547. I am now joined by Mazi, okay, with his group, in order to give us the information that we might know. Mazi, okay, please, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan, from Poland here. This is Mazi, okay, from Eagle Eyes. Of course, I hear from Omaka, sitting in the province of Biafra land. Our house that was our beloved leader, Martin Nnamdi, who would become the members of the President, or you not to our as well, wishing him a quick recovery. We will have to appreciate our Lord to Ghana and Kenya. The head of the rest of the men's Mark Chika, and our condolence is very good to him. I and my brothers here from Omaka We are wishing him, we are giving my condolence to take heart about what has happened. Of course, I am against our parents, Abraham Akedia, Mazi to them. That will be my brother. Yeah, I know you're looking that I do wonderfully well. Of the men and women of radicals all over the world. I say good evening, good morning, yeah, but we don't have much time to waste here because we don't time is very short today. But all we have to do is give up what's happening in my own town, on my career I hear from South Russia. Of course, I have my brothers and the national PRO of Finland and the principal of the highly principal of South in one form. Okay. So, what is happening in Omaka as we speak today? Since 1 week now, I have been burning houses in Omaka, in shops, selling companies. What are the reasons? We are in Omaka. We don't have a bank. We don't have any campaign, no matter anything. So, I will post in the videos. Why we are saying this is for record purpose, not that anything will happen, but we want it to be archived and we're taking record. What I'm doing, Mazi, is a fundamental.
Mazi, your voice is a bit, is cracking a bit. Mazi, your voice is not as clear as it should be. Please, Bluetooth, you remove it, please.
No.
Okay. It's okay now. All the more better now. All the more better now. Go on.
Okay, like I said, we're here because of what is happening in my town, Omaka. The army continue to burn houses for complete 1 week now. They are in Omaka. In as much as we don't have any camp whatsoever in Omaka. And why are they burning houses, burning shops, burning companies for no just cause? We are 10 villages that made up of Omaka. 4 or 5 of the villages have received their own share of this thing we are talking about. We know it's a fundamental mistake. If I don't know, we will tell them at the end of the day, they will pay for everything. That's why we are making it clear, putting it in archive, letting the world to know. Because Biafra will soon be free. They will pay for whatever they have done. We are documenting it. So right away, I have to hand over to my beloved brother, Mazi Ndikom, the national coordinator of Russia. We are only 3 of us here. We are going to make it brief. Mazi Ndikom, if you can hear me, I know it's late there. Please open your phone and speak to Biafrans and encourage your brothers in Omaka to take heart. Our conduct, like I've said, go to Mazi, Chick, the same who lost his mother. But one good thing, we are going to bury our parents, not the other way around. Mazi, the same. Our condolences are with you, and we are in together with you. There were Mazi, Raf, Nico, please over to you.
Mazi, okay.
Yeah, and then when you go on.
Mazi, your voice is not coming out as you normal. Mazi, okay, are you people hearing him?
Yeah, Mazi, you know the area, Russia, they're having, I think they're trying to remove them even in WhatsApp.
I know, I understand, I know.
If we can hear, let him try.
Raf, Ndikom. I came from the national coordinator.
See if you can get a better position tomorrow, okay? You can move around, please.
We will see in 3 to 4 years now.
Mazi, no need of talking and we are not hearing. Please let another person speak. There is no need.
Okay, Mazi, please look for a location while our brother from UK, Mazi from UK, please. You can take over if you're hearing us loud and clear.
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you. Mazi Jonathan. Chineke, Udodirigi. My name is Chukwuemeka Mokrobia, here from Umaka in Nolo province, Eastern Biafra. Fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom, I say good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, wherever you are. Well, it is heart-touching that what we're experiencing today in Biafra land is mind-boggling. Nigerian government created a terrorist people and humiliating Biafrans worldwide. And coming to Umaka, my own village, and burning houses with those that created by Fulani, mainly the hopeless also them back from Imo State, that made herself a tool to destroy Biafra. But what we are telling him this night, we from Umaka, is that as he is destroying Biafrans, his own life will be destroyed too, because no sinner goes unpunished. Those that the Fulanis are using, my assurance to them today is that Fulani will use you at this point of time, and when they get the ground, you will be killed too. Go and ask the Yorubas what Afanja did. Today he paid the price, handed Fulani the land of Yoruba, Kwara State, to the Fulanis. Their own is not going to be escaped on those punishments. And let it sound very clearly to these Ohanes and Dinsu Sunandara, call themselves Igbo rulers. They have not come on air, neither the radio Nigeria or anywhere, said what is happening in Biafra land. All of them went mute. I don't think that they will live in Biafra land henceforth, because a sinner must not go unpunished. Biafrans are watching, and we are here in diaspora, making sure that Biafra is destroyed. And they are there killing Biafrans, recruiting criminals, while the Fulanis are showcasing their support for their own migrants. So what we are saying here today to Hopeless Ozodemba and his agents, that the day of reckoning is coming. All of us will descend on them, and we tell them that we own the land. Amadioha will strike them in no distance time.
Yes, sir.
Whether they like it or not, after they have finished their job, they are going exile. And when we catch any of them in the foreign land, they will show them way out. There's no two ways about it. All what we are saying, Biafrans all over the world, freedom is not my mind. We are going to pay a lot of prices, including us in diaspora. We are not safe, but we are working. My assurance to them is that let everybody take heart. We are on the side of winning. Coming to the Awanyendu, I said, Chukwu Okike Abiyama continue to strengthen him.
Sure.
We are not going to disappoint him with the hardcore Biafrans. As he has stood on his feet, that he can never disappoint us, and we are not going to disappoint him.
Yes, sir.
Enemies will do all they know how to do, but one thing they should not forget is that there is more hard Biafrans that are not coming out to speak. But what we are going to do is in our mind. When the time comes, I am managing Bernard will get working.
Of course.
And another thing I want to say today, I saw our First Lady this evening. She was so sound and glorious for the pains she have went through for her hospital. And I say, may Chukwu Kabiama continue to bless her, strengthen her and the family. We are on her side. There's nothing going to happen to her. She will live and see Biafra. And all Biafrans will praise her in time to come. I say, may Chukwu Kabiama goziele anyị Jonathan, onye nke nọ n'isi okwu igwe taa. Ma ndị ọzọ na-anọ ịkọwara ndị Biafra otu ihe si aga. Anyị si Chukwu Okike abịa ma chebere unu, gozie unu, ezinụlọ unu. Nwa Chineke, ị ga-adị ruo mgbe ebi ebi. Biafra will come. Thank you, all Biafrans.
Thank you, my brother.
I sign off from here, United Kingdom.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mazi, can you hear us now?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you.
Okay, take over.
I'm coming out clear.
Yeah, rather clear.
Yeah, fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Lindikom. I came from Umwaka, Kanu province, Biafra land. But I live here in Russia as the national coordinator. Actually, the purpose of us coming to this platform tonight is to alert the world the atrocity that is being committed in our village in Umwaka in Olo province. Umwaka is known as the most peaceful village in the entire, that is in that part of the world.
10 villages.
We are very, very peaceful people, and also even during the Biafran war of aggression, that is civil war, didn't even reach Umwaka. But it's unfortunate that the criminal government that is in charge in that part of the country have decided that they will kill every young man in that particular village. And we want to let the world know that in Umwaka there is no camp of this terrorist group, so called, or the people that they say they are pursuing. Because anytime they want to commit atrocity, they will frame one thing or the other, one story or the other, to suit their action. There is no camp of any of the terrorist group in Umwaka, and there is nobody in that part of of our town is engaged in all the things that they are being alleged. So we want to let the world to know that the killing in Umwaka, the burning of houses of people, buildings, people spend money to build. Nigerian army will come and set it ablaze, put it on fire, in disguise that they are looking for criminals and the bandits. While they know where bandit is, they know Sambisi forest, they know where bandit is safe in the northern Nigeria, but they focus their attention in our land. Maybe, who knows, maybe they have found oil in Umwaka. Who knows? Because anytime they find any mineral resources in any part of Biafra land, they will frame one fake story to make sure that they eliminate all the inhabitants there to take over the land. The Nigerian government and their slave master British, they are only interested in our resources. We are disturbing them. That's why during the 1970 genocidal war, they apply every instrument, both hunger, both starvation, both blockage, to make sure that they eliminate every inhabitant of that land. But Chukwu Kiabia must prove to them that he is in charge. He is our maker. He still protects us and keeps us today. So if they didn't defeat us during that genocidal war in 1960, how do they think that in this age and in this generation we are, 2025, that they will defeat us? Impossible. So The world should take note that all the things that are being labeled against the Omaka indigenous is false. All of them are false. All this, the Nigerian government use this fake this an allegation just to destroy all the youths. A lot of hundreds of youths of Omaka have been shot dead. And that is any young person in Umuaka is a target of Nigerian army. So I don't know why all other countries, their army, their military used to be at the border securing their territory. But Nigerian army, their focus is in Biafra land. Where the monster courage, where the monster power, where they show that they know how to shoot is Biafra land. But when they see terrorists, Boko Haram in the north, they run away. So what am I saying? That we are putting the world in notice that all the other people that are being killed in that is in this genocidal massacre that is going on, not only in Omaka, in many villages in Biafra land, all those killings must be avenged in due time, as my brother Eli said, because we are Biafrans, we don't forget and we don't forgive. In our dictionary, there is nothing like forgiveness. We are that is our only that is the knife you use in cutting us, and that is in cutting us. That the same knife we use also to revenge when the time comes. So this is their own time. They feel that they have the power, and they maybe they think that they will be there forever. No, there's time for everything. After rain, there must be sunshine. And the youth of this generation, we had decided that Biafra must come, whether they like it or not. Biafra must be liberated because it is our right. We are Biafrans and we are not Nigerians. They force us to be in Nigeria after that is during after the war. They say no this in they say no conqueror, no vanquish. But to today, there is no integration of people of Igbo since after the war. They are still treating us as second-hand citizens in our own land. So, in the conclusion, I'm saying that well, no matter what happens, we will stand firm to make sure that we defend our land, and also to defend our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Where he is because of Biafra struggle, and as we that are outside, we must be with him, we must support him, and also we will not disappoint him under any circumstances. So may Chukwu bless us and also bless the entire family of IPOB worldwide, especially our Biafran families that are in Biafra land, that are suffering, that are being killed on daily basis by Nigeria government. May Chukwu come and guide and protect them and also comfort them. And also our head of director, Mazi, in the loss of his mother. We also, here in Russia, we send our condolences, asking him to take heart. It is unfortunate that such a thing will happen, and when we are not around. But in anything that happens, Chukwu know very well. So I pray that he himself will comfort him and also give him the heart to bear the loss. So, Mazi, I'm signing off from here. Thank you for having me. Mazi Raf.
Yeah, Mazi Raf, take the heart too, because we just believe their mother equally. Condolences to you. All Biafrans are saying their condolences to you. There were. Let's go to our brother, National PRO, Finland, on book your turn, please.
Good evening, Biafrans. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on your time zone. My name still remains Moke Williams. I am from Umaka. Umaka is in Olo province. First of all, to the head of directorate, Mazi Chike, we heard what happened. I would say take heart my brother, take heart our leader. This is a very sad time, but it have meant to happen. And whenever time it comes, we should take heart. We pray that we will never bury our kids. Let our kids bury us at the due time. Still the same way, I quickly rush to the news, sad news that I'm hearing about Mazi and Kanu with the health issue. I pray for quick recovery. I pray for quick recovery in all the whole Biafrans worldwide. I believe we all on our knees for your quick recovery because it is not easy. And same way, sending my wish, my gratitude to Lolo, Biafran Lolo. I said that we all are on our knees praying for you for the time being you were in the hospital. I believe, as my brother said this evening, that at least he saw you. I believe that God have taken control. May Almighty guide and protect you. Protect Mazi Kanu, protect any person that have been feeling one way or the other at this point in time, which we don't want anyone to feel unhealthy, because we are getting close to restoration. And at point in time, we still need everyone with the full health. Good evening. I still bring my good evening again back our my brother that is in hosting us today, Mazi Jonathan. Sorry that I could not get immediately. And then Mazi Jonathan, I greet you. Good evening from this side. I still remain William, as I said before. I serve as PRO here in Finland. And then what that brought us this evening directly to this Radio Biafra Hausa service is to the issue that is going around Umaka. Umaka have been from the origin a peaceful town, which everybody can testify. Umaka never have any problem with anyone, any government. Umaka do support every government that comes within there to govern them with all their alacrities. But I see no reason why this particular government that is ruling us today become a toxic before Umaka. And Umaka definitely hosts no any camp of any terrorists. Umaka hosts no any camp of any bandits. Umaka hosts no camp of any atrocity ones. But definitely today, Umaka being shattered, destroyed. But this, I can flash back a little bit about what happened last time that someone, a blogger was talking about stupid thing about Umaka, telling Umaka is a ghost town and blah, 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 all those kind of rubbish. We have go all through past and past Umaka and see that Umaka has no any camp of bandits, no camp of ESN even. I don't see the reason why Umaka should be a place that would be a battleground. Almost out of the whole 10 villages to make Umaka, make up Umaka. Today, almost like 5 out of it is gone, being burned out, being destroyed, being demolished. This is not the good way of looking for a way of scaring people away to choose Fulanis to replace them for replacing them. This is not the best way. We say that at least in Igbo language, we have this adage that says, "Abarachoso agomai." Abarachoso agomai. Maka, because this kind of particular thing, each and every of us, from Umaka to Olu, from Olu to Owere, from Owere to Umaka, we know ourselves. We know each and every one who behaves however he behaves. And we know whichever place you put your head, we must surely find you. We believe that if you are the one treating Umaka in this form to become a disaster area, as time goes on, we will pay you back. We will pay you back because Njaba can never ever allow you to be free, or except you don't drink water, except you don't taste anything like water, because Njaba will strike you to the last point. It is so painful. It is very painful that who that call himself a son of Olu, and Umaka is in Olu province. It has nothing to do than to be dismantling Umaka and his inhabitants, killing them for no good reason. It is totally bad. Totally bad. Anyway, Mazi Jonathan, I will say I draw my own cat because this thing gives me no mind of talking more and more and more. I saw this picture this evening. I was totally fed up. I don't understand exactly how my village, where I come from, would be a battleground where Fulanis are chasing us here and there, killing our people for no good reason. And they can never tell that there is a place, there is a bandit. There is not a Zambisa forest. It's not a Zambisa forest. But in a way, they have turned, Hope was a neighbor, have turned that place to be a Zambisa forest for him. It is unbelievable. Very unbelievable. But anyway, Abrach also a gone mile, as we said. Thank you, Biafrans, worldwide.
Yeah, thank you, Williams, my brother. Thank you for coming, all of you. Yeah, but before I go, Mike Jonathan, we have to appreciate our IPOB families in Spain who hosted those that hosted us. The leadership here from Mike Dibe, Erugo, and Mike Law. All of them, they tried, and the occasion was very, very memorable. Catalina Independent Day. And all of us got back safely to our respective homes, both our brother Emil from Canada who visited, and those from UK, Mazi Yoruba and Sidi, all of them, and the Italian family. Mazi, all of us get back home. We appreciate all of them, and we continue to do the best. This is not time of talking. We have a lot of things at our hand, and I continue to encourage our media to wake up and let us continue to do the needful. Our podcast is coming very soon. We know what they're doing now. Everything is distraction, but we must remain focused, and our eyes should be on that ball. I appreciate all of you. I say good night from here, all of you. Our time people in Omaka, on your brother at Gafia, I presume may have no wire. Yene Koko Gamachakwa Joy on at the level. We cannot give our ancestral to anybody. It's not possible. It's not done. Like my brothers have said, especially this end time. When this is the 21st century, we can never allow it to happen. But on to be very, very careful. Watch your brothers back and talk less and know whom you are bringing here. Please, if you observe any movement that you don't like, and those of you giving foreigners houses there, you should desist from that. You should monitor who you give your hopes. It's very, very important. We sign out from here, Mazi. Thank you, and God bless you. Seek my brother. To serve your motherland.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Okay.
Thank you.
And all the people, please. Thank you very much. We must continue. There is no going back. Caller on WhatsApp, please. Can you hear me? You have been waiting for more than 30 minutes, going to 30 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, are you there? Please go on.
Yes, Mazi. You hear me?
Yes, go on.
Yeah. Good evening. This is Mazi Ibeume. Chiezo Kubundi speaking from the United Kingdom.
There, Mazi.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother. You're doing a great job, man. One reason we thank every partaker in what we are doing is that it's a very huge task we are carrying out. And also that the Nigerian government and Africa as well has never ever seen anything like IPOB. That is why some people are still confused, as to how to handle IPOB, not knowing that in our hearts, the way we see and we see it is that Ayaputago, and there's no going back till we get to our destinations. I was listening from the beginning, I match it with what I hear people, some people say about Biafra land. It's always about oil, gas, and that. But there are so many other resources that are being stolen on a daily basis from Biafra land. Many other resources. I mean, Agagu Onegaribia, is it our calcium carbonate for which Niger Sem was situated in Nkalago, a Jerusalem in those days? Before you know it, Dangote and his foreign friends came in and confiscated it. Niger Sem, Nkalago, Adanan. Is it a rice husk? A heap? In Ghana, if you go to Ebonyi State, lots and lots of heaps of rice husk. Go around the world, what is rice husk used for? Production of bricks. Now go around the world, you see where bricks are used in building houses because it has this very low thermal conductivity, So, or is it galena, lead, ejeme, cosmetics, or tangela and co? What the people here in their states, what they do, what they are much interested in is what? Give us the paper, which is money. Whatever you do with all these minerals, we don't care anymore. Just go and do whatever you wish to do with them, And one of the things, one of the banes, one of the problems we have encountered in this Biafra journey that started as far back as 1967, one of the banes of our movement, of this movement, has always been what? People that call themselves intellectuals. If you can remember carefully, you know when Obasanjo said we are use Igbos to defeat Igbos, it wasn't only in battlefield. He also used the people that call themselves intellectuals. If you remember this man called, what's his name? Okoy Oripo. Okoy Oripo was Gowon's foreign minister. Okoy Oripo was running Besek, running Besek. He went to each time he went to Organization of African Unity, his mandate there, what he would tell people there is, that whoever made mention of Biafra, the war, that he would walk out. That was his agreement with Gowon. If he was at the meeting and any president that mentioned the war that was going on, that he should walk out, and all that. He was on his, he was in the foreign ministry doing his. Oba Adiasika was on his own side, telling the whole world that there was no genocide happening, all doctorate degree holders. And before you knew it, the daddy of all, Boom Zik, came into the scoreboard, and cemented everything all together. So all these things are the people will faced all along. I said, I'm getting your PhD, no good though. But what I've discovered with people, you see PhD holders with Nigerian mindset, is that as soon as the more degrees people with Nigerian mindset accumulate, the more their brains shift to their backside. They begin to reason from their backside. And sometime in April this year, there was this headline news that the U.S. embassy had a meeting with Mieti Allah. Now I want somebody to go back to that photo, the photo of the meeting. After that meeting, now go to the far right. There's a guy called Zagazola Makama on that picture. Now that guy is strategically placed in the Sahel. What I see that guy doing is that he gathers information, he gathers intel, and then returns it to those that place him there. Otherwise, why should the United States countries be having meetings with what? A terrorist group, a world-renowned terrorist group, having meetings with them. If you go to that picture, that guy is on the far right. His name is what? Zagazola Makama. He was among the people that had the meeting with that U.S. envoy or U.S. embassy guy. So for me, each time they had meeting, is to do what? To bring in his report sheet, what he had gathered so far. And for Nigerian media and the rest of them, they keep telling you he's a security analyst. He's a security analyst, but he's strategically placed there to gather intelligence, return return back and tell them how it's going and what more needs to be done. And there's something else. You see, there's one problem people have, especially people with Nigerian mindset. They do not know that a government could actually be causing a hell of damage while pointing a finger at the other side, telling you that it's some other person that is doing it. I was watching a program, an interview. This guy, I think Tommy Robinson, granted. That was where he made known that there's this British police department called, is an underground part of the British police department. It's called the Special Demonstration Squad. Actually, what these guys do is anytime there's a protest, they actually come out as fellow protesters and infiltrate. Their job is mainly to infiltrate protests. Why are we going today? Things like that. They chat with protesters, gather intel, and return it back to the police unit, for onward usage on how to break. Sometimes they even engage. Sometimes these guys even engage in either stealing or causing arson, which will now be labeled that is the protesters that are doing it. So it brings me down to what the Nigerian government used this criminal in Finland to do. Shouting Biafra, shouting Biafra, shouting Biafra. Some were looking at him, yeah, he's doing it, but not knowing that he is an agent recruited by the Nigerian government to cause troubles, which they would gather. And if you've watched clearly that all along, all their newspaper publications are always each time they target IPOB. But I looked at I think it's called the Helsinki Times. A day after the criminal was convicted, I took my time and read the position of the government in that judgment. What was said there that the criminal was convicted for affiliation with a terrorist organization. The way they wrote it is that they're beginning now to understand. I don't know if I should say they're now beginning to understand or that they're now taking their time not to relate that guy to what IPOB is doing. They only stated there that he led or he had an affiliation with a terrorist organization. So why I'm saying this is that people should put their eyes down to know when the government is manipulating them, manipulating people while pointing at the other side, telling you that it's the other side that is doing the havoc. All right? And finally, my message this night to the Nigerian government and their international friends is that what IPOB is doing, you all know, everyone knows that no one has seen anything like this in the history of Africa before. And coming out here to do what we are doing, we are not doing it that we are going to stop tomorrow, or that there's a sort of pressure that Nigeria and their friends would mount on us that would make us stop. No, we are not stopping until we get to our destination, which is the sovereign state of Biafra. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We must continue. Caller on signal. Mazi Fanny, you have been there for a few minutes, for going to 40 minutes. Can you hear me now, please? Go on.
Yes, hear you, Jonathan.
There, Mazi.
Mazi. Mazi, first of all, I want to thank our HODs and also my condolence greeting to our HOD Mazi Chika. It is Dede. Take heart for the love of your mother. He also is our mother. Take heart. In this journey of freedom, we have, getting to many things in our way. We have been facing many things in this journey of freedom. It's not easy. But one thing is certain, we must get this Biafra. Maz, let me chip into your topic this night. Maz, leave this bala Chibike Amechi, was talking, trying to put himself as is not among the problem of this.
Mazi, no, Mazi. He didn't say he's not among. He said we. Please, just hold on.
Okay, Mazi.
There is something we should understand. Let us stop castigating the messenger and get the message. I don't know why this character is in us. No, leave him, let him in the talk. Get the message. Forget about him, his personality. He never removed. He said, how many of us, the elites, he included himself, it doesn't matter his let me tell you something. One person can never change the whole country. One individual. That is why he is campaigning. He didn't remove himself. So sometimes we are making very heavy mistake. We start attacking the person, no, the personality, because announced, disregarding the message he's bringing. Mazi, fault. It's a fault. Please, I don't. Even in the comment section, somebody wrote that and said, "Don't mind him." I attacked that person. I said, "No, don't say that." Even listen to him. I have been listening to this every day. He said, how many of us, the elites? This is not the first time Chibika Mechi is to. Let me tell you, in Radio Biafra, we get your message. It doesn't matter. We pray because what we want to take is what we are preaching. That message. And it's a prayer. He's not an angel. He didn't remove himself, for goodness sake. He didn't remove himself. He said, how many of us, how many are we the elites? He didn't say how many are they. He said, if you want, I play it again. He said, how many are we? You people are losing, and we are always looting your money, and you are there complaining. It didn't include. Please.
I'm understood.
Yeah, go on, please. I want to correct the impression. Go on.
Yes,
go on.
yes. Why I use that? Why I use it in that way is just because they know what they are doing. Because also it's them that will also mobilize people, even people that wanted to fight them. It's them also will mobilize people against, like what happened during the NSAS. Mazi, I know why I'm just trying to.
Mazi, let me also say, I understand where you are going. You know what you are saying, but let me say something.
Yeah.
You know, in every rotten system, people that are benefiting, there's no way he can come out openly in order to support the protesters openly in a Nigerian setting. They will kill him. Let us understand that. But there are people that love this, even if you destroy, even if he's among the collateral damage, no problem. Destroy but he will be defending the elitism in a way. You know, there are people. Let me tell you something. You see this struggle we are in. There are many of our people, even political elites, that they internally they support what we are doing internally, but there is no way they can openly come out. It's a disaster to them because they are easy targets. Number one, they can be easily targeted. Their businesses are open, you know. They will be destroyed under 1 second. But they want the people to continue until a time you see now, because system changes human being. You know, we blame politicians. You know, I used to maintain here that I don't blame the Nigerian politicians only. I blame the people, because it's from the people that politicians rise up. Tomorrow, if ordinary person rises up to political hierarchy, I am telling you, he will join the chorus. That is the mentality. So that is the thing. So let us limit our condemnation sometimes in everything. That is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's a saint. No, I'm not saying that he's a saint.
All right, man.
Yes, go on.
All right,
Go
man.
on.
It's quite understood. Mazi, thank you, Mazi. Also, let me just pick this journalist of a thing, you know, wrote about that his crew. You know, Mazi, let me just all this thing is a decay system. Let me just say is decay system. The system in which this contraction have been established is fraud and fake, and that's why everything is, you know, being food like this. And that is why you will see a whole government trying to, you know, negotiate and talk peace deal with the terrorists. Although, why can't them, you know, negotiate with the terrorists, whereby also their two giant party also is a party of terrorists, and the world are seeing all those things, and is very very justified that APC and the PDP is a terrorist party in this contraction called Nigeria, which the world must acknowledge and also give them, and they ban them not to, you know, affect others in the other countries. Because if you leave these two giant parties to continue exist, it will affect others and also affect the world. Mazi, I also want to talk about, you know, they are trying to, you know, use their propaganda against us. You have already said it, and our people have already know the truth. And the person in question, which his name, for my own side, is forbid to, you know, mention in this hallowed platform, you know, have already exposed people that are sponsoring him. You have already exposed that he's being sponsored by politicians. So I don't know what this Zoo media and the Zoo army trying to, you know, propagate against the innocent IPOB, trying to link us with these murderers, which we are not. Even the world knows. But one thing is certain, I don't want to go much. I don't want to talk much. One thing is certain, Mazi. You see, this our struggle, this Biafra, we are fighting, you know, trying to restore. I thank God that our HOD, they have already studied what happened to our forefathers that makes our forefathers not to meet up or not to, you know, stand and to the end. That is why I like this leadership. And that is why we must support them. But Mazi, let me also divert my discussion towards what happened to our people in Lagos, Madala's market. Mazi, I'm not pitying, I'm not having any pity for them. Mazi, in this your platform, in this your program, I've already said it several times that only Lagos alone, Lagos alone can single-handed and sponsor this our struggle. Only Lagos, even only that market, Madala's market, or only them can even sponsor this our agitation. But they will not do it. You will see them. Then we use their money and they close swamp and they close gutter and they close and build mansion for Lagos. Why we can never pity for them until the nemesis of not to support this struggle, not to support the leadership, affect them much because I say that now our people say that also and these people they soon forget that when you are being chased outside, the next place for you to run is your home, and they take that outside as their home and let them wait. He never said, and they never cry blood until when they learn how to support this struggle, because let them go and read other nations that get their freedom, how their people outside their nation are being supported them to get the freedom. But our people, you see them building mansion in Abuja, building mansion in Lagos, building mansion in the northern side and the west, instead of them to support this struggle so that we can get our nation and everybody will come back and get a better life and other things. They will not. They would like to spend that money, go club, do anything. But the one thing is certain, we must get this freedom. We are here, we are not going back. Instead of we not to get this Biafra to reality, let heaven fall, and we must get it. Mazi, thank you for your good work. Thank you. We stand by. Not going
Mazi,
back. Good night from here.
thank you very much. And we must continue. We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp, you could be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Please go on.
Okay, Mazi, good evening.
From
my location, all traditional apostle. Ana m ekene ndị niile na-etinye aka n'ụlọ a, maka o nwere ofu promise m na-echeta. Ịma na onye na-agba ọsọ cheta na o nwere ihe a ga-enye ma ọ gbachaa ọsọ ahụ ọ na-agba eme ya ọ na-agbacha ọsọ ike. That gift dey attached to anything mmadụ na-eme bụ ihe na-eme people a na-agbacha ọsọ ike. Ọ bụ na ndị Igbo n'anya ha na-emi anya ha chọpụta that na mmegide ndị Igbo abụrụ ka ejọs megide anyị. Mmegide ndị Igbo ka ememina anyị n'ụwa niile as a whole. So onye na-akwu ka ọ bụrụ sọsọ Mandela na-asọpọt mba, ndị Igbo niile nọ n'ụwa niile n'ebe ọbụla inwe billions wete, onye nwete nkobo ya wete, onye nwa nwere anya nweta ya nkịta na nke echi. Because na Mazi si that na ebe ndị so wee nụwa ebe a ga-alụrụ ha ụlọ na the richest man na Igbo ama nwe ego ya. So if how important the struggle, so if na ya abụrụ ihe anyị na-emelu onwe anyị, what we can do to ourselves. Ọ na-abụ sometimes nga some place mfe onye Igbo nne ya anya sị nwanne I think na ị ga-download kwa Radio Biafra. Ị na-egekwa Radio Biafra sị m mba sa gebe. You encourage people one-on-one evangelism. Otu ndị mmadụ na-asị chegharịa na the kingdom of God is at hand. Otu a ka anyị nwa ga na-asịkwa ndị mmadụ na-ege Radio Biafra, support Eastern Security Network, na-ege Radio Biafra, support Eastern Security Network. Ndị a na-anụ ha na-anụ, ndị ada anụ na-anụ, mana our village meeting, our town hall meeting every week before money eme ọ bụrụ a social evangelism. You have to know when I associate with you. I want a responsibility to us to get this freedom, because now Obanye de kobodo ndị ọcha na-asa anyị nsọ. Nnamdi Kanu said that na Mazi onye ndu said that na ana Biafra ga-adị highly colorful. Oge ndị China ga-anata, Igbo China, Igbo India, different ideology will come to the table. So I really appreciate this struggle. In fact, onye ọbụla m na ndị Igbo si ya, onye na-aga Redeemed Church and you want to know about Redeemed Church, okay, I get Redeemed Church. You check about White Garment Church, you go to White Garment Church. If you want to know about Biafra, go and listen to Radio Biafra. iPod Community Radio, download. In the East, when opportunity gets from simple radio and normal tuning. I tune normal tuning in the East. And you want to make it with app. You go lot all nata in the night. It's in you from that 8 o'clock. You cannot get to 10. Give yourself to Radio Biafra. Your life will never remain the same. Here, but another university, only must pass through. Onye ọbụla bụ onye Igbo na-anaghị ege redio Biafra, onye ahụ dị ka onye nwụrụ anwụ na-agide because ọ mara ihe na-emenụ. Eji media wela confuse the whole Nigeria. Onye ijula aka n'ọnụ ihe ndị a na-enye na news kwa bụ ọma the real thing that is happening in the world. I've been very happy. Iwe onye Igbo, and I've been very happy. It was on a part of this struggle because of what the whole phone na-eme. Ọ ihe anyị ncha niile kwesịrị itinye aka ya. Biko, ana m ekene onye ọbụla so jisi ike, onye ọbụla jisi ike. Lọla, ana m ekene gị. Thank you for quickly covering. Ana m ekenekwa Mazi, onye ọbụla. Chukwu ga-achọ m ịkpọ afa. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you very much. We must continue, and this is where we are going to. I'm going to switch off the phones as we are winding down towards the end of this program. And Biafrans and lovers of freedom. We all are human beings. We should understand. We know the right thing, in short, to do. There is no way we can live this struggle for just few people. That is a lie. If you are not an active member, support as you can financially. That is it. Because what we are fighting for is collective collective freedom, collective interest. Look at how they are burning our market, our things, our goods, our shops in Lagos. Every time, every year, every month, every week, you must hear. Is it how we are going to continue? Sometimes, why can't we think and say no? Let us proffer a collective solution, not the individual solution, to our collective problem. Collective solution to our collective problems. And it is not something that one person can do. There is no way we will have restore Biafra and we'll be having this type of burning markets or burning stores every time. They are committing arson against us. They are inflicting pains against us. You had it in Kunle and Alhaji Bogd phone conversation. That all these things, they are doing it voluntarily in order to turn us, in order to inflict pain, artificial pain against us. So that we'll be always lamenting. To stunt our growth. Nigeria is meant to stunt our growth so that we will never grow naturally. Look at Israel today. That is an example. Had it been Israel continues living as Europeans in Europe, in different European countries, you will never know that they have this type of talent of being a world power. You never, no person will regard them. They will be overshadowed with different European governments. Anything they do, they destroy it and they relegate them to the background. But because they have their country, that is why they brought out their natural talent. I'm just giving it as an example. Are you getting what I'm saying? So, the same thing to us. Once we restore our nation, we be able to run our lives, control our destiny. And once we are able to take care of our destiny, we will do things as we want. We will now engage in our natural speed, our natural speed, our pace. We develop in our pace, not crawling like in Nigeria. They want us, Nigeria is a load on us. We are good for nothing in Nigeria, for your information. We are regarded or seen as only a people that is exploitable, a people that, could be dealt with at any time, a people that could be relegated to the background at any time, a people that could only be used as cement to join the Nigerian blocks. Nothing more. Not a people that can advance. Look at the Nigeria setting. Look at the political appointments. Look at federal government appointments. Hardly you see a Biafran or Igbo Biafran there. Never. Never. Go to the oil sector in NNPC. What you see there as the head people are the Northerners, the Fulani, and seconded by the Yoruba. You only see Igbo people in maybe technical room, Indian room, working their ass off. That is where you see our people. People that are, people at the lowest echelon. Mechanics, engineers that are they don't have any say. They work hard for those on up to exploit, to eat, to loot. Is that what we come into this world as a race to do? Ask yourself, is that what we come into this world as a race to do? To suffer? No government, aid, nothing. Even the hustling, the individual hustling we are doing by ourselves, Nigerian government still come there exploiting us. Blockade, police checkpoints everywhere. From point A to point B, you must pay your way out. You must pay. They don't have, you see, a victim is never pitied by the oppressor. You see the oppressor, he never pities his victim or her victim. Never. That's why you see a lion. He will be there. He will catch an innocent zebra that is peaceful. A zebra that cannot bite, eating his own grass, eating his own food, doing his own thing innocently. He no one problem anywhere. All of a sudden, a lion from somewhere came and devoured. The zebra will be shouting, "What have I done?" This world, to be weak is a crime. What you have done is you are weak. And that is why they are able to subjugate us. A whole very, very mighty Igbo race. We are being subjugated by Fulani. People that stood up against the world powers, against world power, Britain, for 31 years. Look at us being subdued, relegated to nothing because of individualism, because of gluttony. Everybody is looking for his own profit. What profits himself. He doesn't care about our collectivity. If we continue like this, we'll be annihilated as a people. Only, whenever I see our people lamenting, look at just watch Mandela, the Mandelas, how fire the same thing every time. Our people are lamenting, crying. Na ata ikikireze. Ebe kwa na ite ikikireze no Nigeria. And you think that it is okay like that we should continue like that, and after we leave coming generation to continue. Our fathers fought a war, and all of a sudden they stopped and forgot. I will not stop saying about this. I know some veterans are hearing me. It is not right. They fought a war, and all of a sudden they abandoned. Nothing going on internal, nothing. Everybody just abandoned. And today, here we are today, crying. Even the worst of the cause of the war is still happening till today. We are relegated to nothing. We are relegated to nothingness. They built dry port in Kanu State. In Kanu, dry port. Without a sea body. Build railway line down there so that any northerner that carries, his container comes in, he don't need to travel to Lagos. He don't need to travel to Tinkan Wharf or Apapa Wharf. No. The container will be taken from Lagos, from the wharf, directly through train, direct to Kanu dry port. And he will just quietly go there and clear his this thing. Very easy, go his way. But in our own, we are we born to suffer? We must reject that. And many of us think that this is the rule, this is the way it should be. And when you always accept that this is the only way, the way it should be, you will do nothing about it. Yes, religion will be giving you comfort. No, God knows the best. God's time is the best. Just pray to God and have your own personal breakthrough, your personal encounter with Jesus. This is where it makes me mad, because it promotes individualism. So once you have your personal encounter with your Christ, any other person can go to hell. If you don't have faith, it's not my problem. Go and have your personal encounter. Whereas we are talking of collectivity, so that we liberate ourselves. That is what IPOB stands for. We must support this struggle in any way. And don't be part of those tools, willing tools, or ignorant tools being used in order to try to attack or try to cause commotion, disorder in IPOB by attacking the leadership. The leadership of IPOB, the DOS, they are in charge of this struggle. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I've told you, he is a member of the DOS. Any attack on the DOS is also attack on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We must not fail the second time. Otherwise, we'll be doomed for another 300 years. Our fathers fought and ignorantly abandoned. And here we are, after half a century, we are still going back to the status quo. If we fail today, it will take more than 100 years to kickstart anything. And our people will be going from bad to worse. They are destroying us. The education system or educational system in Nigeria is destroying us. The food system being introduced, GMO, is to destroy us. Every system that is in Nigeria is to destroy Biafrans, is to destroy Igbo people. It is only a tree that will still stand. When somebody say, I will come and cut this tree tomorrow, it will still stand there because it cannot run. But as human beings, you tell us, you show us that you hate us, you are going to destroy us, and we are still following sheepishly. No. Which means we are not then human beings. But IPOB is showcasing that we are human beings, that we can do something about our very miserable situation And that is what we are doing. And we want your financial support. Even if you cannot call openly or join IPOB because of one thing or the other, make contacts. Make contacts through WhatsApp or Signal. I used to receive many messages, but from time to time, I used to try to check the messages. You know, if I start checking the messages on my phone today, honestly speaking, 24 hours, I never finish it. But from time to time, I try because it's in a way voluntary work. It's not easy to sit down and be broke. If you see, you only want to do something for IPOB, do not minimize the person. It doesn't matter what his quota is contributing. He's doing it genuinely. It's not easy because we are not being paid. We are doing it for the passion we have about saving ourselves from the misery we are. And we must get it. Thank you for listening. Biafra remains who we are. Biafra remains our ideology. Biafra remains our religion. And the Nigerian government, here we don't, we don't threaten open verbal threat. No. What we know is that Nigeria must release our leader, hale and hearty, with everything, his health intact, with his IQ normal, because we are monitoring everything. That is the only thing. And that is it. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Chinedu from here, it is simply good evening.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB press release, the 5th of June, 2024. President Tinubu's order for military to retaliate for murdered soldiers in Aba shows deep-seated hatred against Ndigbo, the noble family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the great leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, condemn the order from the Nigerian president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to the Nigeria soldiers to kill IPOB members and Biafrans in retaliation to the slain soldiers in Aba, Abia State. Through such a reckless order, the Nigerian president has given approval for another genocide against Ndigbo. Once again, we publicly declare that IPOB is not responsible for the attack and the killing of the soldiers in Aba. We have equally condemned the barbaric murder of the soldiers on the sacred day of Biafra Heroes' Day. The hasty manner in which the Nigerian government and its murderous military pinned the killing of the soldiers on IPOB without any investigation shows that it was a premeditated plan to blackmail IPOB and Ndigbo. It is obvious that the killing of the soldiers was sponsored to blackmail IPOB and perhaps used as an opportunity to scuttle the development strides being made in Abia State by their governor in Aba and around the state. IPOB demands open and independent investigation into the murder of the soldiers to fish out the real culprits. The statement credited to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu ordering the Nigeria military to invade Abia State to kill innocent IPOB members and to go after innocent people without setting up an investigation panel shows a deep-seated level of hatred and bigotry against Ndigbo. It is pathetic that a president of a country will encourage genocide of an ethnic group whom he has sworn an oath to protect. President Bola Tinubu has not hidden his hatred against Ndigbo. His government discontinued the case against Oduduwa Republic activist Sunday Igboho, dropped a case against Omoyele Sowore, dropped charges against confirmed drug dealer and fraudster ASP Abba Kyari, and lastly has dropped charges against a confirmed Fulani Miyetti Allah terrorist leader, Bello Badejo. President Tinubu dropped charges and freed Yorubas and Fulanis without publicizing them, but have vehemently refused to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, even after the appeal court has discharged and acquitted our leader. President Tinubu has encouraged the economic sabotage of Igbo businesses in Lagos State and Abuja since he assumed office. The latest order from President Tinubu to the Nigerian army to slaughter Ndigbo in retaliation in what could be likened to a state-masterminded attack and assassination of soldiers at Aba is a ploy to distract attention from the illegal and unjust detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The Nigerian government doesn't want people to question the rationale behind the continuous detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu after discharging other similar high-profile cases in Nigeria. The hatred and hidden evil agenda against the East/Indi Igbo by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his APC government of Nigerian state has become very clear through what happened in Aba on the 30th of May, 2024, which is an orchestrated, designed, and intended to create an avenue to slow down the progress of development in Abia State. We are informing the Abia State Governor to make sure there is an absolute vigilance over the power station, as it will be targeted for destruction to frustrate the influx of foreign investors and weaken the rapidity of development in Abia State. Gov. Oti's achievement in just 1 year is a serious threat to the enemies of the East/Indi Igbo, including other governors in the eastern region, both past and present. It is, therefore, not a surprise that this scenario is unfolding. IPOB will not be deterred by the genocidal order from President Tinubu because we already know that Ndigbo is no longer wanted in Nigeria. We want President Tinubu to understand that no amount of blackmail or intimidation can change IPOB's resolve in pursuing self-determination and independence of Biafra nation from their hateful country, Nigeria. The past murderous Fulani governments of Buhari spent billions of dollars to blackmail and to try to destroy IPOB, but failed. The hatred and hidden evil agenda against the East/Indi Igbo by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his APC government of Nigerian has become very clear through what happened in Aba on the 30th of May 2024, which is an orchestrated intention to create an avenue to slow down the progress of development in Abia State. We are informing the Abia State Governor to make sure there should be absolute vigilance over the power station as it will. It is, therefore, not a surprise that this scenario is unfolding from Tinubu's government. IPOB is not against Nigeria unity, but we want a negotiated disintegration that will only happen through a referendum. IPOB wants a referendum date for Biafrans to decide whether to stay in Nigeria or not. No amount of threat, sponsored killings, or arrest can stop IPOB. How could the president dish out reckless order to known ethnic-biased murderous soldiers to slaughter Ndigbo and IPOB for an uninvestigated killing of soldiers? President Tinubu has never issued such an order to the soldiers in the north, where soldiers, police officers, and the people are being decimated by the terrorists and bandits. As long as we in IPOB are concerned, we are innocent of the accusations against us by the Nigeria government and her murderous military. Since President Tinubu has openly called for a genocide against Ndigbo without any investigation, we wish to remind him that if Ndigbo were not annihilated during the Nigerian genocidal war of 1967 to 1970, Buhari government didn't finish Ndigbo. He will also not annihilate Ndigbo. At the same time, President Tinubu can kill some IPOB members but can't kill millions of IPOB in Nigeria and in diaspora. IPOB has come to stay, and we must finish the Biafra project by the grace of Chukwu Okike Abiyama, God Almighty. Biafra must be Free Comrade Emma Powerful Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, the 11th of June 2024. No ESN camp was attacked in Arochukwu of Abia State. Nigeria Army is just a propagandist. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the great and indomitable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wish to debunk the claims of Nigeria military attacking IPOB ESN camp and killing 6 ESN operatives by the terrorist Nigeria Army, Abia State Command. This claim is part of the Nigerian Army's blackmail and propaganda against IPOB that should be trashed. All ESN camps are intact. The recent statement from the Nigeria military where they claimed they invaded ESN camp at Igboro Forest Arochukwu in Abia State, indicated that they are clueless and bent on demonizing IPOB, even when the truth is bare to the public. The invaded camp belongs to a group that called themselves Biafran National Guard, BNG. This group have no affiliation with IPOB, ESN. IPOB is not the only group agitating for Biafra. The important question is, why does the Nigeria government and her murderous security forces target IPOB alone? Even when other groups claims responsibility for any violent actions, Nigeria Army will tag their actions on IPOB. The answer is that IPOB is the only genuine group agitating for Biafra freedom, and the Nigerian government is much aware. The Nigerian government may have set up and sponsored other Biafra agitators to use their violent activities to blackmail IPOB, ESN movements. For instance, after the Nigerian government dumped the infiltrators they sponsored to terrorize Imo State and her environs, the Nigerian army invaded the camp called Mother Valley Camp in Imo State. After the invasion, the notorious Nigerian army labeled the boldly captioned Liberation Army Valley Camp as ESN Camp just to blackmail IPOB for standing resolute in our self-determination struggle. The latest claim by the Nigerian army of invading and killing some of the armed agitators is one of their blackmail against IPOB on ESN. Whether the Nigerian army invaded the camp or killed the armed fighters has nothing to do with ESN operatives. ESN operatives have no camp in the so-called Igboro forest, and we do not have any affiliation with the BNG armed group. The Nigeria government and her terrorist army should stop misinformation and propaganda against IPOB and ESN. We have said it severely during our press release that the Nigerian government and its security forces don't know how IPOB operates, and they will not understand IPOB until Biafra is finally achieved. IPOB volunteers and ESN operatives knew how they operate in Biafra land. They protect Biafrans from harm and never threaten their peace. ESN operatives are under oath not to attack Biafrans, but to protect and defend them from terrorists and soulless criminals. Nigeria military should stop making jest of themselves. They have reduced the Nigerian army institution to propaganda machine in the name of fighting IPOB. In desperation to blackmail IPOB, even when the truth is open to the public, has reduced them to a public ridicule. If IPOB leadership decides to equip ESN operatives to combat the Nigerian army, they will not stand the heat. They are just humiliating and intimidating Biafrans because ESN has not received the order to combat them. The coward Nigerian soldiers are flexing muscles in the east and running away from the north, where terrorists are neutralizing them like ants. The Nigerian army should be thankful because the IPOB movement decided to toe the path of non-violence in Biafra struggle. The Nigerian government and her murderous security agencies should leave Abia State alone. The agenda is to create a sponsored insecurity in Abia State, like they did in Imo and Anambra states. The Nigerian government has been largely responsible for the insecurity in the east. The latest red flag operation they masterminded on the 30th of May, 2024, by assassinating Igbo soldiers at Aba, was to destabilize the peace and development going on in Aba of Abia State. Abia State Governor must handle this latest red flag operations in Aba with utmost care. The Nigeria government should have known that Ndigbo are wise enough to decode their antics and gimmicks. Stereotyping, profiling, and depopulation of Igbo youths is part of the secret policy of the Nigerian government. That's why the Biafra exit from Nigeria is very crucial for the survival and development of Ndigbo. Comrade Emma, Powerful Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB, please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB Press Release. June 15, 2024. Indiscriminate arrest and detention of Abia youths by murderous army, an ethnic cleansing agenda against Ndigbo. The movement and worldwide family of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, led by the indomitable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, condemns the indiscriminate arrest of innocent civilians in Abia State because of the malicious murder of Igbo soldiers at Obi-Kabia Community Junction on 30th of May 2024. The continuous intimidation, illegal arrest, torture, and forceful disappearance of Igbo youths by the Nigerian army is part of an ethnic cleansing agenda against Ndigbo. After the false flag operation that led to the killing of 5 Nigerian soldiers at Obi-Kabia military checkpoint, Aba, on the 30th of May, hundreds of Abia youths have been abducted by the unprofessional Nigerian army. Sweeping the city and arresting innocent people in the name of falsely looking for IPOB and ESN operatives is a cover-up against investigation into the slain soldiers incident. IPOB and ESN are not involved in the attack and murder of the soldiers. It is unfortunate that the Nigerian army are belittling themselves internationally because of their hatred they have against Ndigbo. No amount of false flag operations and blackmail will make IPOB retreat in the quest for Biafra independence. The Nigerian government and the Nigeria army knew very well that the attack and murder of the soldiers was a false flag operation by the Nigerian army. IPOB intel have revealed that the aggrieved Fulani's kidnappers, dislodged by the demolition of shanties at the Lokpanta cattle market, colluded with some Fulanis in the military command at Aba, carried out the false flag operations on May 30th during Biafra Heroes Day. In order to create confusion among Ndigbo, the Fulanis in the Abia State Military Command deployed only Igbo soldiers and few Christian soldiers from the Middle Belt region to the marked military checkpoint for this particular purpose. The soldiers were sacrificed for the false flag operation to blackmail IPOB and create an opportunity for the army to invade Abia State. We challenge the Nigerian army to show the world the record of the results of the investigation that showed, and records that show the posting of soldiers that day. Let the world see that they destroyed only Ndigbo and Nigeria army, and decided to accuse IPOB-ESN for the attack and murder of the soldiers at the Obikabia military checkpoint on the 30th of May. The murderous Nigerian army murdered their fellow soldiers just to blame this innocent IPOB and ESN movement. The Nigerian army was on a mission to eliminate a large number of Igbo people and Christian soldiers. In that way, it will be easy for their jihadists and terrorists brothers to fulfill the Othman Dan Fodio agenda of dipping the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. The governor of Abia State should be careful not to fall into the trap of using the false flag operation to set himself against Abia citizens. Permitting the indiscriminate illegal arrest of his fellow citizens will damage his already earned admiration. Governor Alex Otti must be careful of working with retired General Ihajirika, who will turn him against the people to destroy his political ambition. Abia State must not be turned into a war zone as a result of false flag operations that the Nigerian army has adopted to justify the invasion of Abia State. The Nigerian army and their aggrieved Fulanis at Lokpanta want to divert Abia State governor's attention from their malicious agenda. Governor Alex Otti must not allow himself to focus on fighting IPOB and ESN, while the Fulani terrorists and Nigeria military perfect their strategy to destabilize Abia State and frustrate his development agenda. Dr. Alex Otti should look beyond the false flag operation that led to the death of the soldiers at Obikabia military checkpoint, but be careful with his political adversaries before they lead him astray. Indiscriminate illegal arrest of Abia State citizens by the Nigerian army is targeted at pitting him against the citizens. IPOB, therefore, calls on the Nigerian army and the Abia State governor to release all the illegally abducted innocent citizens. The Nigerian army is using intimidation and indiscriminate arrest to force Biafran youths to flee from their communities so that the imported Fulani terrorists invade our communities without resistance. Igbo leaders should stop allowing the massacre of our youths for political correctness when other ethnic leaders are protecting their youths. If the propagandists' Nigerian army thought using false flag operations to blackmail IPOB and ESN would deter us from defending Biafran land against jihadists and terrorists, they are wasting their time. IPOB and ESN remain resolute and unshakable. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release. 17th of June, 2024. Ndigbo should ignore every deceptive lobby to invest in Lagos. The attention of the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, new investments in Lagos State, where their investments are not protected. As much as IPOB does not oppose any genuine dialogue between the Yorubas and Ndigbo in Lagos State, IPOB will object to any dialogue that is intended to lure Ndigbo to continue in western regions of Nigeria. In the north, Ndigbo are always the victims of any religious and political riots, during which northerners destroy, loot, and burn down businesses and properties belonging to Ndigbo. Recently, in the western region, particularly of Ndigbo, many Igbo-dominated markets in Lagos have either been demolished or burnt down and taken over by the Lagos state government. On the basis of the aforementioned, any Igbo person investing in the northern and western regions of Nigeria needs our youth. Biafrans have been an engine of growth in any society they find themselves in. In all parts of the world where Ndigbo resides, they directly or indirectly contribute to the development of that area. It's in our DNA
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media.
IPOB press release, June 19, 2024. The plans by the Nigerian army to bomb Ogburu communities in Anambra State is a premeditated genocidal action against Ndigbo.
The attention of the noble family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, AB led by the great and indefatigable leader, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been drawn to the genocidal plans to unleash military attack by the Nigerian army by bombing some peaceful communities in Ogburu LGA of Anambra State. Why will the Nigerian army plan to bomb a community in the southeast for petty crimes but refuses to bomb northern communities for the murderous activities of internationally recognized terrorists organizations like Boko Haram and ISWAP in the north?
Sometime early this year, IPOB raised alarm through a press statement on the plans of the Nigerian army to bomb some communities in Ogburu LGA of Anambra State. The murderous Nigeria army retreated their plans, but have not jettisoned their wicked agenda to bomb Ogburu community in the name of looking for IPOB members. Nigerian army has no good intentions regarding Ndigbo. That is the reason IPOB cautioned the Anambra State Governor, Prof. Chukwuma Charles Soludo and other governors to stop importing the Nigerian murderous army into Biafra. Prof. Chukwuma Soludo thought that militarizing Ogburu LGA and other communities would stop insecurity. Instead, the presence of the soldiers has increased insecurity.
The soldiers deployed into Ogburu are also involved in illegal oil bunkering, thereby contributing to the insecurity of the area. The planned military bombing of the communities is a cover-up to the involvement of Nigerian soldiers in the illegal oil bunkering activities in Ogburu, Anambra State. Therefore, IPOB is once again calling on the Anambra State Governor and the Nigeria Army to stop their genocidal plans of bombing any community in Ogburu, Anambra State, and Biafra land in general. Anambra State is not in a state of war that will warrant the Nigeria Army to deploy fighter jets to bomb the civilian population.
IPOB still remains peaceful in the pursuit of Biafra liberation through referendum, but we cannot be silent when the Nigeria state has planned to commit genocide against our people. If the Nigeria army declared war on Biafrans by bombing innocent communities in Ogburu or any other community in Biafra land, ESN may be compelled to try to stop them from carrying out the genocide against our people. IPOB is calling on Prof. Chukwuma Charles Soludo not to permit the shelling of his people for whatever reason. If the Nigeria military has not bombed the communities in the north because of the activities of terrorists and bandits who are murdering the soldiers, police and civilians daily, what justification do the Nigerian army have to bomb any community in Biafran land? Prof. Soludo should not allow his desperation to win the second tenure make him allow the massacre of his people.
Nigerian soldiers are one of the enemies of the Biafran people. Deploying them to stop civil unrest or petty crimes is like pouring fuel into the fire. There is no crime in Ogburu LGA, only the crimes perpetrated by criminals recruited as Osamala vigilantes who are highly involved in criminal activities going on in Ogburu Anambra State. Prof. Soludo should stop the boys he recruited into crime for his second-term elections, which is coming up soon. Prof. Soludo should call his ragtag soldiers to order because there will be retaliation if any attack happens in Ogburu LGA.
IPOB calls on the Nigerian military to stop the invasion and allow Ogburu people to live in peace and do their farming business. Ogburu is a farming and fishing community that produces food for Biafrans. Any attempt to bomb such an important community will be considered an act of aggression towards Ndigbo and will be collectively retaliated against anyone seen as part of the ugly plan against that farming community's water resources and or genocide against those Biafrans. But the Nigerian army is becoming a terror to Biafrans. The Nigeria military harassment and intimidation against Biafrans must be stopped before Ndigbo resorts to self-defense. Then the Nigeria army will realize that no one has the monopoly of violence. The criminal vigilantes in Obbaru colluding with the military to destabilize the peaceful communities in Obbaru will pay for the treacherous actions. IPOB and ESN are here to defend our land against internal and external enemies. No amount of threat or harassment will make ESN back down from their responsibilities. Biafra land belongs to Biafrans, and we must defend it with all our might until Biafra comes.
Comrade Emma Powerful Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB, Rapture Media.
IPOB press release.
30th June, 2024.
ESN did not engage Nigeria police in any gun battle in Ebonyi State, as falsely claimed by police.
The global family of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, led by the indomitable leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, debunked the fallacious and fabricated claim by the notorious Nigerian police at Bakiliki Command of engaging in a gun battle when IPOB in Ishimko came to their station there in Ebonyi State.
We want the public to ignore the false claims by the Nigerian police, as IPOB-ESN did not engage the Zoo police in any gun battle, and no ESN operative was killed by the Nigerian police in Ebonyi State. The Nigerian police killed criminals they recruited and sponsored to demonize and destroy IPOB. The Nigeria police and Nigeria army are professional propagandists and agents of falsehood. IPOB is a disciplined nonviolent movement. On the other hand, ESN operatives are armed vigilante doing great job of securing Biafran farms and farmers from marauding Fulani terrorists. ESN operatives do not engage neither the Nigerian army, nor their police, and never civilians except the Fulani terrorists masquerading as herdsmen. But if the Nigerian army and police dare attack SN unprovoked, they will carry their men back in body bags. The Nigerian army and police can do all their blackmail and propaganda, but they will not dare to invade or attack ESN without counting their losses.
The Nigerian government and her murderous security agencies created the same criminals that they arranged and planned attacks with, while the Nigerian army and police also maliciously and dubiously tagged the crimes on IPOB and ESN. The Nigerian security agencies knew the criminals, and they refused to call them by their names because they were all working together against IPOB-ESN and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The recruited criminal agents have even publicly disassociated themselves from IPOB when they could no longer stand the pressure from IPOB. Nevertheless, the Nigerian security agencies keep associating their sponsored activities to ESN.
The lies that the Nigerian security agencies continued to peddle against IPOB will continue to erode their leftover integrity. The Nigerian government and her lawless security agencies should leave IPOB and ESN alone and stop blackmailing us with their recruited criminals in the Southeast region.
IPOB remains a nonviolent organization struggling to restore Biafra sovereignty and independence. The Nigerian government has done everything to provoke us into violence, but we have maintained our cool for the appointed time. That IPOB is peaceful at this moment is not a guarantee that we shall remain peaceful forever if we are continuously provoked.
Biafra freedom is a child of necessity for the survival of the Igbo's race. The petty propaganda from the Nigeria government and her lawless security agencies will not stop the quest for Biafra freedom. This Biafra agitation, championed by IPOB, led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, will never succumb to intimidation, imprisonment, propaganda, blackmail, or mass murder from the notorious Nigerian security agencies.
Nigerian Police Command in Abakaliki should stop linking IPOB to the activities of their sponsored criminals. Also, the Nigerian police should stop killing innocent civilians and tagging them ESN. If the Nigeria police wants to test the wrath of ESN, they should go into the bush and attack them. The objective of ESN is to dislodge Fulani terrorists, nicknamed herdsmen, in our land, not to engage the Nigeria security forces.
Comrade Emma Powerful Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB, please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB Press Release, May 10th, 2024. No time for excuses. Provide steady power or vacate Southeast. The global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the indomitable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, calls for EEDC's response to IPOB's publication, which they claimed was a misinformation, a misguided strategy. Only hypocrites misdirect facts and call it misinformation. The deceptive strategy of EEDC to sway the people of the Southeast by claiming that IPOB criticisms over non-supply of power and extortion of their customers as misinformation. EEDC forgot that the same people are their unsatisfied customers. EEDC should not shift blames as the reasons why they failed to provide substantial power in the Southeast. EEDC should take responsibility of abysmal power supply and extortion of people. The people have been subjected to pay for electricity that was not supplied. For years, Ndigbo have been subjected to extortions via overbilling and estimated bills or for electricity not supplied at all by EEDC. While Ndigbo are groaning in darkness, EEDC is smiling to the bank as a wicked monopolistic slumlord. The hypocritic and deceptive responses of EEDC on national dailies to save faces in the Southeast is a waste of time. IPOB members are not foreigners, but part of Ndigbo, and also victims of the power extortion by EEDC. IPOB criticisms are factual, not misinformation as falsely claimed by EEDC in their press statement. The only thing that will spear EEDC is to provide our people with electricity and meters or be ejected out of the region. IPOB maintains that Ndigbo are not interested in a hypocritic statement or media banter from EEDC. The company should provide regular power to the people of Southeast or plan to exit the region with dangerous outcome. More so, the company should provide their customers free meters as applicable in other areas like Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna, and recently in Ondo. There should be an end to using criminal technicians to go about extorting and disconnecting people's lights for not paying unsupplied power bills. If EEDC denies they are not extorting money from their customers, they should provide their customers free prepaid meters so that people will pay what they consume. If Geometric can provide free meters to their consumers in Aba and other places within few months of operations, why is EEDC giving estimated bills after years of operations? EEDC claimed that vandalization of their infrastructure contributed to non-power supply to some areas. EEDC are indirectly encouraging vandalism because many communities pay through their nose to EEDC to fix the vandalized infrastructures. Many faulty power transformers that some villagers bought by themselves that EEDC took for repairs were never returned to the communities. EEDC claimed that no amount was involved in the MOU signed by Anambra State Government and EEDC. We therefore challenge EEDC to publish the same terms of MOU. EEDC further claimed that their chairman, Emeka Offer, was wrongly portrayed. They claimed that their chairman had a testimonial of good works in the Southeast, but failed to show any evidence of his good works. IPOB leadership has decided to take it upon ourselves to ensure there is constant light supply in the Biafra land. EEDC must provide adequate light and free prepaid meters across the Southeast. All the lazy excuses why EEDC are strangulating economic growth in the Southeast will no longer be tolerated. If EEDC is finding it difficult to provide power to the Southeast region based on the challenges they enumerated in their press release, then they should plan to vacate the Southeast for another company to take over before we chase them out of Southeast without remorse. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB Press Release, the 11th of May, 2024. IPOB declares that Biafra will never allow USA or French military base in our territory. We, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the great and indomitable leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, categorically reject any plans by the Nigeria government to cede any part of Biafran territory to either USA or France for their military base. If the Nigeria government is interested in hosting US and French military bases, such bases should be in the northern region where terrorists are on rampage. IPOB Intelligence Unit M branch revealed that Biafran territory will become very unsafe should the USA and French bring down their military bases in our land. Nigeria government must understand that Biafrans do not have enough land, let alone the one that will warehouse either America or French military base. Currently, Biafrans are battling to curtail the terrorists groomed and sent to our region by northern elders and their leaders. We don't want terrorists to target Biafra land because of US and French military presences. Irrespective of the state-sponsored insecurity, Biafra land remains calm, peaceful, and progressive. The unconfirmed report stated that the Nigerian government is in secret discussions with the French and US governments to set up their military bases in Nigeria after being booted out from the Sahel regions of West Africa. If the Nigeria government, who is desperately seeking legitimacy from the West, succumbs to this pressure and allow the establishment of US and French military bases in their country, they will regret their decision. If Nigeria are unable to curtail the activities of the local terrorists, what will happen if the foreign terrorists seize Nigeria as a potential abode or target? Unfortunately, the Nigerian government has never taken her citizens into consideration in any decision making, and certainly will not consider their citizens' safety in the decision of hosting foreign military bases as long as dollars are involved. If the Nigeria government eventually agrees to allow the US and France establish their military bases in Nigeria, let such military bases be sited in the northern and western regions of Nigeria. Northern and western regions of Nigeria have the larger landmass and are borderlands between Nigeria and other West African countries. More so, western and northern regions have been hosting all the foreign institutions and projects for years, therefore, should host the foreign military bases. The eastern region does not have sufficient lands for developmental projects and agricultural programs, let alone having space to warehouse foreign military base. We wish to remind the US and French governments that Biafra land cannot accommodate any military base. Yes, Biafra has IPOB leadership as leaders of the new nation, and whatever concerns our nation must go through the IPOB movement's leadership. We are making it very clear that our land is not available for any military base. Allowing any foreign military base in our land is an infringement to the Biafra status and sovereignty. The risk of hosting foreign military base in Biafran territory is enormous. Outside putting our freedom at risk, it comes with environmental degradation, disruption of local ecosystems, pollution and deforestation. Primarily, the base and her occupants will subvert our social and cultural values, which will distort the homogeneity of Biafrans. The base will attract infiltration of many foreign interests, mostly terrorists, that will create political and social tension in our region. These and many more negative consequences associated with US and/or French military bases are what Biafrans are not ready to deal with. Biafrans have been subjected to years of political and economic strangulation by the Nigeria state and other foreign exploiters because of oil and gas deposits in Biafra land. IPOB will never allow Biafrans to be exposed to more dangers, insecurity, and exploitation that comes with hosting exploitative foreign military bases. We are using this same medium to warn governors, politicians, Ohaneze Ndibo, other interested parties from Biafra region to desist from contemplating or negotiating with America and/or France on this issue. IPOB will not tolerate any person or group that tries to hand over any part of Biafra land for a foreign military base because of dollars or political favors. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB Press Release. The 13th of May, 2024, Enugu Governor and the Enugu House of Assembly are security risk to Ala Igbo, IPOB. The attention of the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, led by the indomitable and charismatic leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been drawn to the purported passage of a bill on allowing cattle ranch by the Enugu State House of Assembly, irrespective of repeated warnings from IPOB and other Igbo patriots to the said bill. If it is true that the Enugu State House of Assembly passed such a demonic bill, it is now necessary that the governor of Enugu and the House of Assembly members are here by being notified that they should be held responsible for any terrorist attack in Enugu State. The Enugu State governor is under pressure to fulfill the agreement he reached with Fulani terrorist groups such as Mieti Allah and Funam by subjecting Ndigbo to terrorist invasions. The purported passage of Cattle Ranch Bill is an invitation to marauding Fulanis in Africa to invade Enugu State and Alagbo in general. Unfortunately, the moneymongers and gullible, dishonorable members in Enugu State House of Assembly are more interested in money and cars than the security and safety of Ndigbo. Governor Peter Mba and Fulani, dishonorable puppets in the House of Assembly, should be held responsible if Enugu State is turned into crisis and terrorist attacks ground from Fulani terrorists who will invade Enugu State in the name of cattle ranching. It is unfortunate that Fulani puppet governor and dishonorable Mugus and uninformed members in the Enugu State House of Assembly could not pass bills to attract investment into Enugu, but Fulani Cattle Ranch Bill, shame on you all. Peter Mba has demonstrated that he is not interested in the security of lives and properties of Enugu people and Ndigbo in general. Having witnessed the mass murder of Enugu people by Fulani terrorists and jihadists, the governor went ahead in establishing the Cattle Ranch Bill to attract Fulanis and show that Peter Mba's government is being controlled by the Fulani cabals. He should be known and seen as a stooge and agent of Fulanization. Dr. Peter Mba government should be seen as a big security risk in the southeast. Very sad indeed. Those who want ESN to come and defend them should find one way or the other to invite ESN operatives in their communities and help ESN and IPOB volunteers to come and do the needful. Fulani terrorists, nicknamed herdsmen, can never dwell in our land unless IPOB ESN does not exist. IPOB calls on Enugu people to stand up and organize protest against this satanic cattle ranch bill, which is Ruga in disguise. More so, Ndigbo should stand up against Ruga settlement that the Fulani puppets in Enugu state government have started to avoid mass burial in Alagbo. IPOB advises Peter Mba, the Alleluia Boys in Enugu State House of Assembly, and their sponsors, Fulani herdsmen, to stay clear of Biafran territory. IPOB stands on no Ruga or Fulani settlement in Biafra land. We will never allow any Fulani settlement, whether in the name of ranching, Ruga, or anything else, to be allowed to stand in the east. Biafra land belongs to the indigenous people of Biafra, not to any governor or dishonorable puppet in Enugu State House of Assembly. The people own the ancestral lands, not the governor or other politician. We shall not allow a Fulani stooge to set Biafra land on fire for any political interest. If the Fulani puppets in Enugu State House of Assembly have passed the demonic Fulani Ranch Bill already, it will not work as long as IPOB-ESN are concerned. Fulani terrorists masquerading as herdsmen can never have ranch in our land. Whether Peter Mba likes it or not, only fracas Peter Mba want in Enugu State. ESN will continue to carry out their duties as state actors in Biafra land to push out terrorists from our bushes and forests. IPOB challenges the Fulani terrorists masquerading as herdsmen to build any settlement in the name of ranching anywhere in Biafra land, and that will be at their own peril. Comrade Emma, powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB, Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. Press release the 15th of May 2024. IPOB calls on Tinubu's government to deregulate cement business to reduce cement price. The global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the great and indefatigable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, calls on Tinubu's government to break the monopoly in cement business, which is responsible for high cost of cement in Nigeria. The APC government should stop state-induced hardship on the citizens. IPOB in the time past has called on President Tinubu's government to unbundle the monopoly in cement business, which is currently monopolized by Fulani cartels, namely Dangote and Bue Cements. No serious government watches helplessly while her citizens groom under economic hardships, while the capitalists make billions. Serious nations prioritize affordable housing by ensuring that building materials are accessible and affordable to the citizens. One of the ways to make building materials affordable is to discourage any form of monopoly. A liberalized economy and market will allow competition that will attract investments, resulting in the increase of supply ahead of demand. Such competition in the long run provides consumers with alternatives at the reduced prices. The Tinubu government must not allow the continuation of the monopolistic attitudes of the Fulani capitalists and their entitlement mentality, as if Nigeria belongs to them. Allowing the Fulani capitalists to continue reaping the citizens off with high cost of cement is not only wicked but cowardice. Just like Tinubu's government deregulated the power sector, every other sector, particularly cement production and distribution, should also be deregulated. Both old and new entrants into the cement and building materials should be allowed to compete with the existing monopolists. The competent cement companies like Ibeto Group, that their licenses were illegally suspended, should be reinstated, particularly now the two capitalists are claiming the impossibly in cement price reduction. Ibeto Group has the capacity and the logistics to crash the price of cement and make it affordable to an average Nigerian builder. How could APC government headed by President Ahmed Bola Tinubu should allow cement industries to increase the price of cement to the price of 7,500 per bag, while other countries in West Africa are lower as 3,500 per bag? Tinubu, you must look into this and prove yourself innocent on this economic hardship ravaging the country. The federal government of Nigeria, led by Ahmed Bola Tinubu, should reinstate Ibeto Group's cement license and allow him to compete in the cement market. The only reason that Ibeto Group's cement license was suspended is because he is an Igbo businessman. The Nigeria government must understand that only Igbo businessmen can compete and make the prices of items affordable to all. For instance, Dr. Alan Onyema of Air Peace created a healthy competition by his entrant into the international flight that led to the reduction in international flight tickets, restricting Ibeto Group from competing in the cement industry that he played on before the two Fulani capitalists instigated federal government to suspend his cement license, is still the same ethnic economic policy against Ndigbo. The Nigeria government should understand that the more they frustrate the ingenuity of Ndigbo, the more Nigeria goes into economic mess. The federal government of Nigeria should allow Ibeto Cement and other companies into the cement business to compete with the existing monopolists. Resisting other companies entrant into the cement industry means that the federal government is an accomplice in the extortion of Nigerians via exorbitant cement price. Let the monopoly over cement business be broken, and the price of the cement will crash. Every Nigerian deserves to build or live in an affordable house. More businessmen and women should encourage bring in cement and rod, including making a Jokuta steel industry to be operational by Nigeria government and its functionaries. Comrade Emma, Powerful Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at ipob.org. Thanks. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, April 2nd, 2024. IPOB declares May 30th, 2024, a sit-at-home in Biafra land to honor Biafran heroes. We, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the indomitable and charismatic leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, declares Thursday, May 30th, 2024, a sit-at-home day in Biafra land for all Biafrans, friends of Biafra, lovers of freedom, and all residents in Biafra land. Annually, we celebrate 30th of May as our Heroes and Heroines Day, when we remember the men and women who died that we may live before, during, and after the Nigeria genocidal war against Biafrans between 1967 and 1970, and beyond, and even until now. Annually, 30th of May is Solemn Memorial Day for Biafrans, to honor our heroes and heroines. Biafrans are asked to observe this one-day sit-at-home in reverence to the spirits of our departed heroes who fought for us to be alive today. Every Biafran in Biafra territory is expected to sit at home on this day and reflect on the danger of the false unity called Nigeria that have taken millions of lives of Biafrans. Other Biafrans outside Biafra territory are also encouraged to honor our heroes by observing the sit-at-home if possible, or by limiting their activities on this day. To that effect, IPOB directs all schools, government offices, private offices, banks, transport unions, market unions, and private individuals to shut down all operations in honor of our heroes and heroines on Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Exceptions to these directives are institutions and individuals on special duties, such as nurses, doctors, ambulance services, hospitals, and medical workers, who are allowed to operate on that day. We call on Christians and traditional worshippers to use this day to pray to Chukwu Okike Abiyama for the fallen heroes, and also pray for Biafra independence from this murderous contraption called Nigeria. Heroes Remembrance Day is a call to duty for Biafrans to remember and honor our fallen heroes who were brutally murdered between 1967 to 1970 during the genocidal war against Ndigbo before and beyond. Biafrans living in the northern and western part of the zoo called Nigeria will join and stay indoors for this commemoration and remembrance of our heroes and heroines who died so that we may live. Biafrans and IPOB members in diaspora can organize peaceful rallies with permit from their host nations where possibly. Symposium and seminars can be organized in foreign countries to tell our story to citizens of the world about the past and current genocide against Biafrans by the Nigerian state. At this special event, IPOB members must light candles in remembrance of our fallen heroes. Heroes like our eternal leader Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, retired General Philip Effiong, Colonel Achuzi, Air Raid, Frank Opigo, Okonkondem, Sam Bakwe, Kanu Ibiam, and many others who contributed immensely to the survival of Biafrans from the extermination war led by genocidists Yakubu Gowon, T.Y. Danjuma, I.B. Babangida, Olusegun Obasanjo, and Muhammadu Buhari, the then Nigeria military head of state, and many other killers in their squads and through British guidance must be remembered. Basically, Biafrans will not forget what they did to our fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and children. We must tell the world our story until Biafra is completely restored. IPOB directs all the residents of Biafra land to stay indoors from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on the 30th of May 2024. IPOB warns residents in Biafra to avoid loitering about on this day. Those who intend to travel to and fro Biafra land must do so before the evening of May 29th. Avoid any movement if you're not a medical personnel on duty or an emergency worker. Do not give the murderous Nigeria security forces and agent provocateurs an opportunity to harm you or destroy your business while impersonating IPOB and ESN. IPOB and ESN will not enforce the sit-at-home, but Biafrans must not endanger their lives. Remember, don't be a victim to the murderous Nigeria security forces and the agent provocateurs whose agenda is to blackmail IPOB through sponsored violence. For your own safety, please sit at home on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, and honor Biafran heroes and heroines. Do not endanger your lives. Comrade Emma, powerful Media and Publicity Secretary for
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release the 21st of June 2024. IPOB writes open letter to Nnamdi Azikiwe University VC and Wake Board to postpone the 30th of May. Convocation and WEC exams on that day. Dear Professor Charles Okechukwu Esimoni Vice Chancellor, Nnamdi Azikiwe University Awka, Unizik, Anambra State. The attention of the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, led by the indomitable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been drawn to your proposed university's convocation date on the 30th of May, 2024, and WAEC examinations to kindly reschedule your convocation and exams to a new date, because 30th of May is the Biafra Heroes Day and a sit-at-home for all Biafrans in the Biafra land. Dear VC and WAEC Board, if you consider yourself a Biafra, you ought to know that 30th of May is a Biafra Heroes Day. Nevertheless, we are reminding you and the University Management and WAEC Board that May 30th of every year is a sacred day set outside to honor Biafra heroes and heroines who paid the ultimate prize and sacrifice for the survival of Biafrans. That day remains sacred, and a day that Biafrans sit at home to remember and honor our heroes who fell during the Nigerian genocidal war against Biafrans between 1967 to 1970. Until the present day, the killing has not stopped. No public event is expected to take place in Biafra land on this day. Biafra Heroes Day is a public holiday and a sit-at-home in Biafra land for Biafrans in honor of our fallen heroes and heroines. All markets, schools, banks, government, and private offices are expected to be under lock and key.
Movement of persons and vehicles are not allowed except those on essential or emergency services, such as health workers, ambulance, fire service, filling stations, hospitals, etc. West African Examination WAEC Board should not endanger the lives of small children, because that day is not safe for any individual in Biafra territory. It is a day everybody stay indoors for those who paid ultimate sacrifice for us to live, and they must reschedule the date to another day. 30th of May is a Biafran Remembrance Day. Anything happens to these children they want to bring out that day, they will regret doing so. By this open letter, IPOB is calling on the Vice Chancellor and the management of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Unizik, Awka, and any other people or group that scheduled any program for the 30th of May, 2024 to postpone their program. Biafra Heroes Day takes precedence over any program in Biafra land on that day. However, if the Vice Chancellor and the management of Unizik insist on having their convocation on the 30th of May, 2024 in disregard of Biafra fallen heroes and heroines, they have decided to spit on the graves of Biafra heroes and heroines and should be ready to take responsibility for whatever happens afterwards. IPOB will not enforce the 30th of May sit at home, but will also not take responsibility for whatever happens to the violators. The management of Nnamdi Azikiwe University must not provoke IPOB. We do not take it kindly with people desecrating the memory of our heroes and heroines. IPOB calls on the students, the parents, the guests, and visitors to Unizik's convocation ceremony scheduled for May 30th to apply caution and avoid being on the road the day Biafrans are mourning their dead if the university goes ahead with the plans. Safety is an individual responsibility. Don't endanger yourself for an hour ceremony. In the past, Nigeria's security forces and their collaborators have killed and set some cars ablaze of those found on the road anytime IPOB calls for sit-at-home just to blackmail IPOB. Don't be a victim. IPOB is therefore warning all the persons and institutions paid to insult and desecrate the memories of our fallen heroes that their sponsors will not be there to save them when the rain starts falling on them. Those that have made sabotage their stock in trade will be collectively and individually held to account. IPOB is not Umuna meeting or community meeting to be toyed with. As much as we care, we also bite. Unizik management and WAEC board be warned. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB, please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
To IPOB, Rapture Media. IPOB press release, the 22nd of May, 2024. IPOB has been vindicated with the police confirmation of arrest of Uzodinma's aide, Chinasa Nwaneri, over fraud and intimidation. We, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra YPOB, wish to tell the whole Nigerians and the international community that we have been vindicated by the police arrest of Mr. Chi Nasa Nwaneri over alleged fraud and intimidation, murder and kidnapping he perpetrated in Imo State and in southeastern states. It will be recalled that IPOB has made numerous press statements over the violent, intimidating, and criminal activities of Mr. Chinasa Nwaneri in Imo State, supported by Hope Uzodinma, particularly the invasion and burning down of houses in Mbano before the governorship election in Imo State and Orlu Zone. The police arrest of the said Nwaneri on fraud and intimidation is a new leg into the activities of the notorious Uzodinma's aide. While we in IPOB knows the fraudulent activities of Nwaneri before he made the list of Uzodinma's aide, we know that other in Imo State who also know his past records and activities on issue relating to Droid will not be surprised. The inclusion of Nwaneri as Uzodinma's aide before his removal tells the type of characters that are in government in Imo State. They say in Igbo land that when the head is sick, other parts of the body are also sick. Those who know Uzodinma before he entered into politics in Nigeria and subsequently become governor in Imo State will not be surprised with the characters he has used and is still using to govern Imo State. We made allegations on the violent activities of Chinasa Nwaneri. Many people, particularly those who don't know Uzodinma and Nwaneri, may not believe us, but now police has arrested Nwaneri over fraud and intimidation, including kidnappings and snatching of people's cars in the region. We have been vindicated. The young man, Nwaneri's, record in Imo State before he entered politics and now speaks volume.
Half of numerous kidnapping and car snatching in the state and region were masterminded by Mr. Chinasa Nwaneri criminal gangs known as Ebubiagu Group. Therefore, Nigerian police should hold Chinasa Nwaneri tight and never allow him go scot-free from the Terrorism Act. He kidnapped and murdered many innocent people because of political interest. He also kidnapped for ransom of their victims because he has powers from Hope Uzodinma and his government in Imo State. It will be recalled that the national dailies in Nigeria has been awash with the arrest of Nwaneri by Imo State Police Command. The police in Imo State confirmed the arrest of Mr. Nwaneri, the immediate past special advisor to Governor Hope Uzodinma on special duties over fraud allegation, something we all know is associated to him. The police said that those arrested alongside Nwaneri were the president of Imo State Market Association traders Isamata, Emmanuel Ezeanochi, and 3 others. A press statement by Imo State Police Command spokesman Henry Okoye simply said they were arrested over fraudulent activities, but we in IPOB want to know their crime. Imo people will want to know the nature of their fraud to reconcile it with what Nwaneri is known for in the state. We want to know if it is the same kind of fraud the ex-Uzodinma's aide is known for. The police said the suspects were arrested for malicious damage, fraudulent activities, obtaining money under false pretense, a crime we have already known for, and illegal use of government power, authority to harass, intimidate, and frustrate the citizens of Imo State. Nwaneri had been Uzodinma's personal aide for several years, even before he became the governor of Imo State, and we know why they have been that close. As our people say, birds of the same feathers flock together. We know that was among the first set of appointees handling social duties when Uzodinma took over power in Imo State on January 15, 2020. Comrade Emma, Powerful Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release May 3, 2024. IPOB sends a serious warning to Ohanis and Digbo to stop plans to apologize to Fulani or face severe consequences. Ohains Ndigbo has committed a sacrilege and abomination against Ndigbo and against all the indigenous peoples in Nigeria. The attention of the family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, led by the indomitable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been drawn to the sacrilegious and shameful move by Ohaneze Ndigbo to apologize to the murderous Fulani Caliphate in what they called ablution and what they called Ako na Obi. Ohaneze has crossed the red line by attempting to go and apologize to the Fulani terrorists for what the clueless Ohaneze called forgiveness from the Caliphate for Igbo military officers' involvement in the 1966 coup that led to the death of Sir Amadu Bello. By the abominable planned visit of Ohanis, Ndigbo, will be on record as aggressors instead of victims. These red-cap thieves in Ohanese are morons and ignorant fellows that have allowed bribe money to take away their sense of reasoning. These men are the household enemies of Ndigbo and other indigenous people in Nigeria. Blood-tasty Fulanis have murdered indigenous people of Biafra and Ndigbo from 1933, 1945, 1953, 1966 till date, indigenous people of Hausa, indigenous people of Yoruba, indigenous people of Middle Belt, and other indigenous peoples in Nigeria. These murderous Fulanis have not apologized for killing millions of indigenous people in Nigeria. But the vampires in Ohanze had effrontery to plan to go and apologize to the Fulani Caliphate for the military coup of 1966. The military coup of January 15, 1966 was carried out by young military officers from all ethnic groups in Nigeria to stop Malam Ahmadu Bello and Abubakar Tafawa Balewa from the forceful Islamization of Nigeria. But Major Chukwuma Nziogu and other young military officers, including those from northern Western, saw this and stopped them with Middle Belt regions, stopped them in a bloody coup. Ndigbo never sent military officers to stage a coup for them or to murder on their behalf. Nevertheless, the 1966 coup that was carried out by the young military officers from all the ethnic groups in Nigeria was viciously tagged as Igbo coup. Why was the military coup led by Murtala Muhammad, Babangida, Buhari, Abacha, and other northern military officers not tagged Hausa or Fulani coup? Ohanze Ndigbo leadership has seen cash given by Fulani Caliphate to misrepresent Ndigbo and declare Ndigbo guilty of a crime that was not committed by Ndigbo. Ndigbo has been victims of Fulani massacre in the northern Nigeria from 1933 till date. During the genocidal war of 1966 to 1970, millions of Ndigbo were massacred, both pregnant women and unborn children. Still today, Ndigbo are being slaughtered in their farms and homes by Fulani terrorists. Case of recent Uzo Uwani of Enugu State is a case study. This bunch of Fulani handpicked traitors in Ohanese, led by Iwanyanwu, have not boldly condemned the Fulani's murderous activities against Ndigbo, but decided to make a caricature of Ndigbo's integrity by going to apologize to the murderers. This is the height of insult not only to Ndigbo, but also to all the indigenous people in Nigeria who have been victims of the sponsored Fulani terrorists' attacks. If Ndigbo continues to allow these traitors called Ohaneze Ndigbo to continue parade themselves as leaders of Ndigbo, the lives and safety of Ndigbo is completely compromised. Iwanyanwu and co. should know that nobody elected him. He should resign now before it's become late. The Fulani hand-picked treacherous leaders in Ohanze are representing the interest of Fulani Caliphate, not that of Ndigbo. It is time to stop the treacherous Ohanze from parading themselves as representatives of Ndigbo. They were never appointed nor elected by Ndigbo, but they selected and appointed themselves with the approval of their political masters and Fulani leadership and Hope Uzodinma. Ohaneze Ndigbo has betrayed Ndigbo. They betrayed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They betrayed Peter Obi's presidency. Ohanese are a bunch of hand-picked Fulani political stooges who want to speak for Ndigbo without Ndigbo's consent. Chief Iwanyanwu-led Ohanese faction are traitors. Hope Uzodinma and his Fulani masters selected Iwanyanwu as Ohanese president to do their bidding. These insatiable pot-belly political jobbers in Ohanese do not represent the interest of Ndigbo. The gullible men have been brainwashed by their Fulani masters to apologize to them and take responsibility of atrocities on behalf of Ndigbo for the actions of Nigeria military officers when some of them were not born. Sometimes these insatiable fellows claimed that Igbo youths insult their elders. It's now clear that they are the cause of it. How clueless and senseless these men can be for political favors. If Iwanyanwu led the Ohanese and Dioshi faction dare go ahead to criminalize Ndigbo with the so-called apologies, they will attract serious consequences as long as IPOB is concerned. The eagle eyes of IPOB are watching them, and they will not go free for having such minds. If Ohanese and Ndigbo dare travel to the northern Nigeria and apologize to the murderous Fulani Caliphate, IPOB will declare them persona non gratas, and an order will be given to treat anyone that identifies himself or herself as an Ohanese and Ndigbo member, both at home and in diaspora, as a criminal and traitor, and will be treated as one. In fact, going forward, Ohanis Ndigbo would stop speaking or representing Ndigbo. Chief Iwanyanwu, your time has elapsed. Iwanyanwu-led Ohanis faction are on their own as no Igbo person, group, association or community send them to apologize to the murderous Fulani terrorists and their sponsors. If Iwanyanwu and his factional group goes to Sokoto to apologize to the Fulani murderers, they should remain there forever. We reject them as Igbos from that point forward. Comrade Emma, powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media, IPOB press release the 31st of May 2024. IPOB commends Biafrans for the successful May 30th, 2024. Biafra Heroes Remembrance Day. The noble family and movement of the great indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the prophet of our time, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, congratulates Biafrans, friends of Biafra, Biafra residents and lovers of Biafra freedom for total compliance in this year sit-at-home in Biafraland. IPOB remembers the genocide of over 6 million Biafrans murdered during 1967 to 1970 genocidal war. IPOB leadership. The DOS thanks IPOB members who mobilized Biafrans to sit at home in honor of our heroes and heroines. We equally thank those who contributed immensely to this year's successful honoring of our Biafran heroes and heroines. We are thankful to Biafrans in all the states of Biafra, particularly in Abia, Anambra, Enugu, Imo, Ebonyi, Rivers, Cross River, Delta, Akwa Ibom states, the Biafrans clans of Edo State, Benue, and Kogi states for compliance to the sit-at-home. We also congratulate Biafrans in diaspora, who marched on the streets in raising awareness in their respective countries. IPOB leaders congratulates IPOB Canada, India, Japan, Australia, South Africa, Singapore, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Taiwan, Thailand, Italy, America, UK, Israel, South Korea, China, Gabon, Austria, Hong Kong, Spain, Norway, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Holland, Czech Republic, Switzerland, Sweden, Brazil, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Liberia, and many other European countries, Asia, American North and South, Australia, Africa, and other unnamed countries. Bravo to IPOB, the biggest and greatest one family. We salute well-meaning individuals who in no small way made this year's Remembrance Day a very memorable one. We commend market union leaders, transport owners association leaders, church leaders, educational institutions, market men and women, and transporters. Finally, we appreciate journalists who reported objectively on the level of compliance of Biafrans on this year's Biafran Heroes Day.
This year's Biafran Heroes and Heroines Day is very significant. At least an important message has been sent to our adversaries that the illegal detention of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, does not deter the resoluteness of IPOB and Biafrans for our freedom. IPOB is a state actor that is fully in control of Biafra territory. As we remember, our fallen heroes and heroines, including IPOB members who were killed by the murderous Nigeria government, we do so reverently. Our message to Nigeria is never will Biafrans be slaughtered unchallenged again. We shall continue to remember and honor our heroes and heroines who died in defense of our lives during the genocidal war of 1967 to 1970, against which was orchestrated by the British and Nigeria government. We remember those still paying the supreme and ultimately prize till date. We shall continue to remember them until Biafra comes and beyond. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB leadership, DOS, pledged never to disappoint Biafrans. We have come to restore Biafra, and Biafra we must get.
It is a time of introspection, a moment to consider the position of Biafrans in modern-day Nigeria and their relevance in the broader national context. Unfortunately, the issues that ultimately led to the Biafran genocidal war in 1967 still exist today. The present Nigeria government's policies and persecution against Ndigbo have been x-rayed by continuous illegal detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The international kidnapping and unlawful detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a replica of continuous persecution of Biafrans. The Nigerian government has dropped charges against a Fulani-confirmed terrorist leader of Miyetti Allah militia and consequently freed him from DSS detention. Moreso, the Nigerian government has dropped charges against a Yoruba activist, Sunday Igboho, who called for Oduduwa Republic. In the same vein, the case against former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore, who was arrested
and charged with treason for calling revolution in Nigeria, has been discontinued. Yet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is Igbo, was kidnapped and extraordinarily renditioned from Kenya to Nigeria, still remains in detention against local and international laws.
IPOB uses this moment of sober reflection to call on the governors in Biafra land, particularly the southeast governors, to declare May 30th a public holiday to honor the Biafran fallen heroes from henceforth. The demand to honor the Biafran heroes and heroines with a public holiday is a just demand. Just like Southwest leaders pushed and immortalized MKO Abiola with June 12th as a democracy day and a public holiday, Ohani's Ndigbo and Igbo governors should be courageous enough to pursue the agenda to immortalize Biafra heroes with a public holiday. Until then, IPOB has declared May 30th of every year as Biafra Heroes Day, which must be observed by Biafrans home and abroad. To all hardcore IPOB members, we salute your courage and resoluteness. We shall not retreat nor surrender until Biafra is fully restored. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. Press release, May 4th, 2024. IPOB will chase EDC from their offices for failing to provide adequate electricity in the southeast or exit the region. Following the abysmal power supply from Emeka Offor's Enugu Electricity Distribution Company, EDC, in the southeast, we, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the indomitable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, calls on EDC to provide adequate electricity in the southeast or exit the region for reliable companies to take over. EDC is defrauding her consumers with exorbitant electricity bills without supplying the power. The company has refused to give her consumers prepaid electricity meters, but keeps giving illegal estimated bills. In many communities in the southeast, EDC gives community bills running in the hundreds of thousands of naira. Whether the light was provided or not, any village that didn't pay the illegal estimated bills will have the irregular light supply disconnected. Communities buy their own power transformers and electricity cables, at the same time pay corrupt EDC company to link power to the community. Afterwards, EDC will build the same village for the same power supply. EDC dismantled some communities' faulty transformers for repairs and maintenance, but fails to return it for years, some 10 years and some 5 years till date. Those transformers were not restored nor seen. Emeka Offor and his company, EDC Cup, has full, and we are going to show them that people are owners of the region and they are reaping Ndigbo off with abysmal power supply and exorbitant bills. How can our people be paying for lights they did not consume? How wicked is EDC and its management? IPOB calls on EDC to stop defrauding our people or exit the southeast region or provide lights to the citizens. Surprisingly, the Anambra State Governor, Prof. Chukwuma Charles Soludo, on March 25, 2023, signed MOU and paid a contract sum of over N100B to Emeka Offor and his dubious EDC to supply 24 hours light in Anambra State. After 1 year payment of over N100 billion to EDC for steady light, Anambra State is still in darkness. EDC has not provided 6 hours of steady light in a day, let alone 24 hours light. Through this fraudulent arrangement, huge sums of undisclosed sum in excess of 100 billion naira from Anambra State Treasury fraudulently changed hands between Emeka Offor and Government of Anambra State. Till date, the government of Anambra State has failed, neglected, and refused to make public the details and terms of this MOU, despite repeated demands from the stakeholders. The fact that the details of the said MOU is shrouded in secrecy left much to be desired. Governor Chukwuma Soludo should have known that Emeka Offor is not a person to be trusted. Governor Soludo is being intimidated and threatened not to talk about the money or risk losing his second-term bid by Emeka Offor, who is the anointed son of the Fulani Caliphate. Prof. Charles Soludo is blindly taking Anambra government back to the dark days of godfatherism by his evil alliance with Emeka Offor. After the previous government of Senator Chris Ngega delivered Anambra State from devilish political godfathers, Prophet Chukwuma Soludo should wake up before it's too late. The Southeast power distribution was sold to the Fulani anointed son, so that through him they will keep the Southeast underdeveloped, since no meaningful development can thrive without reliable and efficient power supply. EDC is a satanic force of underdevelopment sent by the Fulani Caliphate to frustrate industrialization of Biafra land. The power sector in Nigeria has been decentralized and liberalized. That means states, local government, and private companies can generate and distribute their own light. It becomes imperative that the forces of darkness in the southeast, called EEDC, must be shown the exit door. The abysmal and unavailable power supply from EEDC will frustrate economic activities and industrialization of Biafra land. EEDC, therefore, must be kicked out. EDC, Iwata Iwelu Destruction Company, is the greatest economic sabotage against the people of the entire southeast region. Firstly, under the EDC, Iwata Iwelu Destruction Company, the entire southeast has been thrown into repeated and unending blackouts because of poor distribution of power infrastructure. Secondly, our people are repeatedly billed and forced to pay exorbitant prices for the light that they never consume. Failure to pay the outrageous bills usually attracts severe physical harm, molestations, and arrests. Lastly, EDC indebtedness to the Transmissions Company of Nigeria, TCN, to over N12 billion, led to TCN restricting EDC from using some of their facilities in Enugu. As it stands, EDC is struggling with corporate integrity issues and liquidity to run her operations. The pertinent question to ask is EDC has the capacity to distribute adequate electricity to the southeast with her grossly insufficient budget? It is obvious that EEDC is fully aware of her limited capacity to deliver steady power, yet they keep going round the southeast, defrauding and extorting the governors and citizens in the name of power supply. The federal government has deregulated the power sector. Monopoly in the power sector is over. It is either Emeka Offer and his EEDC provides regular power or is kicked out of the southeast. IPOB will welcome any company that will invest in power generation and distribution to quicken the industrialization and development of the southeast. IPOB is calling for steady lights in the region by EEDC. If they continue with the abysmal light supply in the southeast, IPOB will have no option than to shut down EEDC offices in the southeast in the shortest possible time. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, May 6, 2024. IPOB fingers Enugu State Governor and NEF in the Fulani herdsman killings at Uzo Uwani, Enugu State. The global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the resolute and formidable leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, condemns the Fulani terrorists' attacks on the peaceful Nimbo community in Uzo Uwani LGA of Enugu State in Biafra land, which left many dead and others severely wounded. The barbaric Fulani jihadists masquerading as herdsmen went into a peaceful community with assault rifles and killed defenseless men, women, and children without provocations. IPOB blames the Fulani terrorists' attack at Uzo Uwani in Enugu State on Governor Barrister Peter Mba. IPOB has warned Dr. Peter Mba severally against his evil romance with leaders of Fulani herdsmen who want the governor to allocate land to them for Fulani settlements. His romance with the terrorists emboldened them to launch a terrorist attack and killed over 10 persons in his state to test his loyalty. As expected, the Fulani puppet, Governor Mba, did not mention the Fulani herdsmen as the attackers during his hypocritic visit to the attacked community, let alone call for their arrest. His political ambition has beclouded his conscience. The governor's cowardice statement on the murderous attack in his own Enugu state is an endorsement to the Fulani terrorists to launch further attacks. But IPOB and ESN will resist both Governor Peter Mba, his Fulani masters, and their terrorists masked as herdsmen from turning Enugu state into a killing field. Peter Mba's 8-year governorship ambition must not become human sacrifice of the lives of Enugu citizens. Well-meaning citizens of Enugu and Ndigbo in general must caution Peter Mba not to surrender Enugu citizens to the slaughterhouse of jihadists because of his political ambition. Similarly, Northern Elders Forum, NEF, must be held responsible for the Fulani terrorists' attack in Enugu state. The evil men in NEF were the ones that sent their foot soldiers called herdsmen to attack Enugu state to justify the false alarm they raised last week that IPOBESN are killing northerners living in Biafra or the eastern region. The outcry of terrorist sponsors in NEF was an open invitation to the Fulani terrorists, masquerading as herdsmen to attack Igboland in reprisal. Northern Elders Forum message to Biafrans is clear. ESN will reply to their message in our own way at our own time. IPOB sympathizes with the victims of the Fulani terrorists' attack and advises them to continue to be on guard and to stop fraternizing with the Fulanis in their communities. Enugu state citizens should mobilize themselves for self-defense because their governor and the Nigeria security forces are working with the Fulani terrorists to kill and forcefully occupy their ancestral land. ESN will be of help if provided with timely and accurate information about the terrorists' movements. ESN can be contacted via appropriate channels or via IPOB inquiry lines available online. For those who don't know, the reason the federal government of Animal Kingdom called Nigeria and some eastern politicians are still detaining Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, MNK, is to buy time to create Fulani settlements in the southeast. They know that if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is around, this Fulani nonsense would have never continued. But as long as IPOBESN is still around, their Fulanization agenda will be resisted and completely frustrated. Those who think that keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu away will favor their agenda are mistaken because IPOB volunteers and ESN will ensure that no Fulani settlement will be established in any part of Biafra land. Fulani terrorists nicknamed herdsmen and their sponsors must understand that IPOB never dies and will never die until Biafra is restored as a sovereign and independent nation. Enugu stakeholders should join IPOB to warn Dr. Peter Mba and his government not to cede any inch of Enugu land to Fulani terrorists for whatever purpose. His governorship ambition does not worth the lives and security of Enugu people. Governor Peter Mba should stand up as an Igbo man and defend his people from terrorists and stop behaving like an ostrich. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, May 9, 2024. IPOB advises Biafrans youths not to join Nigeria Army recruitment exercise going on now and calls on Nigerian youths to wake up. The global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the great and indomitable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, cautions Biafran youths not to join the recruitment exercise currently being advertised by the Nigeria Army. It will be foolishness for any sane Nigerian youth, particularly Biafran youth, to sacrifice his or her life to save a sinking ship called Nigeria. Terrorism and insecurity is a lucrative business in Nigeria. Northern leaders with tacit support from the federal government of Nigeria being helped by foreign colonizers groom terrorists that are ravaging the northern region. These terrorists have taken full control of many areas in the northern Nigeria. They have acquired sophisticated weapons through the help of late Muhammad Buhari Fulanized government. The terrorists are seeking to create their own Islamic State in the north. These terrorists declared war on the Nigerian government and her soldiers and have successfully depleted the Nigerian military's manpower. More so, the low morale, tribalism, nepotism, and poor salary in the Nigerian army have forced a lot of soldiers to proceed on voluntary retirement. Some of the soldiers that applied for voluntary retirement and were refused by the Nigerian army authorities absconded in what the military referred to as AWOL. These factors have forced the Nigeria army to advertise for recruitment almost twice or thrice in a year. It is imperative to inform the Nigerian youths, especially the Biafran youths, to avoid being recruited by the Nigeria army to be sent to be sacrificed for terrorism business of the cabals. Only ignorant youths will fall into this trap and be used for insecurity cash out. If you get recruited, you are mostly likely going to be deployed into the terrorized northern region and most likely going to be murdered by the terrorists groomed and sponsored by the Nigeria government and its military. These terrorists receive security brief on the movement of the Nigerian soldiers from their members among the Nigeria military hierarchy. By now, every sensible Nigerian youth should understand that the insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria is a big business enterprise for the cabal. The higher the insecurity and terrorist attacks, the more money are looted via bloated arms purchases and security votes. Nigerian government, the military, and the northern elders are cashing out under the cover of fighting terrorism and insecurity. But behind closed doors, they wine and dine with the terrorists. A government that pays ransom in millions of dollars to terrorists is indirectly funding terrorism. We advise Biafran youths not to be lured into untimely death. They should not allow themselves to be exploited into a money-making business of terrorism. IPOB advises Ndigbo to keep off from the Nigerian army recruitment exercise. Remember, Igbo youths are endangered species, and our enemies think that you can be sent to the slaughterhouse of terrorists and jihadists. The Nigerian government will never announce recruitment into good jobs that will benefit the youths, but into suicide mission job like their Boko Haram infiltrated military. Any Igbo youths who would like to serve in the military should wait a little while longer for the coming of Biafra nation, where military service will be recognized and rewarded accordingly. It is time that Nigerian youths ask the looting club politicians to bring their children who are overseas partying and enjoying their parents' loot to return home and join the Nigerian army in order to defend their parents' business enterprise called Nigeria. Nigerian youths, wake up! Biafrans youths are already awake. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. Please don't forget to support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Thanks.
I will pray in the language of heaven because Chukwukika Biama is in control of all that we have been doing and will continue to do until Biafra is restored and all the suffering indigenous populations in the damnable zoological republic are set free. Chineke nna nke pụrụ ihe niile Chukwu okike abịa onye na-efe na aja aha nsọ ya mma mgbe niile. Onye ọbụla na ya na-achị eluigwe n'ụwa na-agba akaebe ịhụnanya gị na ebere gị amara gị na ọmịiko gị ebe ndị gị na-eze ebede ngọzi. Anyị wee na-etoghị agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro. Iwe nye anyị ndụ ala nke dị n'uwere n'ụbọchị nke taa. Anyị wee na-asị na ịja mma niile otu niile dịrị aha nsọ gị. Onye ọ bụ naanị aka ike niile na ọ gbadara aka ya. Anyị wee na-akpọku gị na-asị gị na nke ọma anyị ga-ekele gị, nke ọjọọ ma anyị kelee gị. Anyị wee na-aja gị mma, wee na-eto gị, wee na-asọpụrụ gị n'isi ụmụ gị niile bụ ndị ikwu ndị wee ezu oku mgbe a kpọrọ ha ka ha wee chekwaa ala nsọ gị bụ Biafra onye nwe m na Chineke na ihe n'ikwuru anyị nkwa na o mekataghị ka ndị iro wee were ala nsọ Biafra onye nwe m na Chineke na nke bi n'igwe. Agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro ma ndị na-agba mgbogbo ebe niile dị iche iche onye nwe m na Chineke nna ihere bụ nke niile etu a n'ụbọchị nke taa. Anyị wee na-eto gị, wee na-asị onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-azọpụta, onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ okwu ya niile bụ ihe na amen. Anyị wee na-asị ezi ebube dị ngọzi nara ụtụtụ na ịja mma na nsọpụrụ site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ebi. Ise ise ise.
Hello, thank you for joining us on Radio Biafra this morning. So I say good morning, good afternoon, and good night, depending on where you are joining us from. It is time for Sunrise on Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi Mbanali, and it is an absolute pleasure to be with you here every morning from 5 to 7 a.m. Biafra time. Our religion is Biafra, and we worship on Radio Biafra. This is where we worship. This is where we conscientize ourselves. This is where we motivate ourselves. Today is the first day of May 2024, the first day of May 2024, and the time now is 4 minutes past the hour of 5 in the holy and blessed land of Biafra. Ụmụ Igbo, ụtụtụ ọma o, ụtụtụ ọma na ụtụtụ ọma, daalụnụ. The time now is just 4 minutes past the hour of 5, so it is still early. If you are up in your bed and you are listening to the sound of my voice, know that this day is going to be a wonderful day for you. Today is definitely going to be a wonderful day for you. There is something about today. Anytime you wake up, you open up your eyes, and you see things next to you. You're able to smell, you're able to feel, you feel alive, even though you are not seeing, but you can hear. Even though you can't see or you can't hear, at least there is that feeling of being alive. It could be the feeling of touch. It could be the feeling of smell. It could be that of sight. It could be that of hearing. It could be that of just any of them. As long as you feel any of them, it is good for you to understand that you have been given an opportunity. You have been given an opportunity for you to make a difference here. That is why you are here on earth, for us to make a difference here. And you have been given an opportunity. Every difference you make is an extension, a way to better your life. Anytime you make a difference in people's lives, in your community, in your society, you are bettering your life. You are positioning yourself more in the hierarchy of, if fulfillment has hierarchy, for instance, the satisfaction of being fulfilled, the satisfaction of feeling like there is nothing more for me to offer in life because I have given all that I can. I have given. Do you want to get to a point in life where you have that feeling of satisfaction? Do you know how satisfaction feels? When you eat and you feel like you have eaten enough, you are satisfied. Like there is nothing that you want anymore. Nothing is lacking. Then every moment you wake up and you see an opportunity to make a difference, then you must do it. Then you must do it. Now, with that being said, I want to enjoin you. I want to thank you for joining us here on FM 102.1 on your radio, 102.1 FM. We are streaming live on satellite and on various apps such as Radio Biafra and IPOB Community Radio apps. These are downloadable from any app store. We are also streaming live on our website, ipob.org and radiobiafra.co. Now, if you want to make any payment regarding this March to Freedom, then go to ipob.org, ipob.org, and you will be able to make the donation towards the struggle. IPOB has made it clear that our stand is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime known to law. The Nigerian government must obey the rulings of its own court that declared that the abduction of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and his continued incarceration is illegal and a crime against humanity. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya on the 19th day of June 2021. He was tortured there in Kenya for 8 days before he was smuggled into Nigeria, where he has been in solitary confinement at the DSS facility in Abuja. Now, let me bring you this news according to the Punch. According to Punch News, that described the abduction of our leader from Kenya, which alluded that abduction to Interpol involvement. This says Wednesday, okay, no, this is not the date. 30th of June 2021, with the heading that says how Interpol arrested Nnamdi Kanu while seeking country support for Biafra. Now, this is a report from the Punch that was reported on 30th of June 2021, basically a day after he was arraigned in Binta Nyako's corrupt court. This corrupt information also came in. Now, I will go ahead and explain to you while I say this is a corrupt information, but for now, let me read the information. It says the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, was apprehended by the International Criminal Police while seeking foreign support for the actualization of the Republic of Biafra. The Punch gathered that Kanu, who holds Nigerian and British passports, was arrested by security operatives outside his London base on Sunday. He had been declared wanted by the federal government since 2017 after he jumped bail following the invasion of his country home in Abia State by soldiers. A source disclosed that Kanu was arrested while leaving Israel for an unknown country, but this could not be independently verified on Tuesday. The source stated, the request for the arrest of Kanu was made to the Interpol headquarters in Lyon, France, about 2 months ago. Kanu could not be arrested at his London base because he is a British citizen and repatriating him to Nigeria may be challenging and the process cumbersome. So the security agencies waited patiently for him to leave the British soil before moving against him. He was arrested while on transit. There was evidence of his meeting with foreign governments to solicit support for Biafra. The source also referenced the suspension of Twitter by the President, Major General Muhammad Buhari. Okay, now this is a deviation, but still kind of have an entanglement with this. It says, who justified his action by stating that Kanu used his Twitter account with 300,000 followers to instruct his loyalists to kill Nigerian soldiers and police officers. Okay. Now, I want to, this is not over. The news still kept going, but I have brought out the substance that I needed to bring out for you to see the kind of misinformation that Nigerians are subjected to. Misinformation from all corners, misinformation, disinformation like it's called today, from the court, disinformation from the government itself, from the press itself. This is the kind of disinformation that you have today. And if you go to news that has been making the rounds, this is from Giscor, and it says Interpol says it's not aware, not involved in rendition of IPOB leader. This is from Giscor, and I will play you the clip where a man in charge of Interpol made it clear that they had no idea, or they have no idea of what Nigeria is talking about. And this says here, Interpol says is not aware, not involved in rendition of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. The Vice President of Interpol Africa, Garba Umar, made the denial while speaking in an interview on News Central Television. The International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, has denied involvement in the rendition of the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya in 2021. The Vice President of Interpol Africa, Garba Umar, made the denial while speaking in an interview on News Central TV. The former President Muhammadu Buhari-led Nigerian government had in June 2021 announced the arrest of Kanu in Kenya through the help of Interpol. A top source had revealed that Kanu, was not arrested in London or anywhere in the United Kingdom. Diplomats confirmed that Kanu was picked up somewhere in Africa. The family and IPOB are very unhappy. Apparently, they have known about the trailing and arrest for some time. Confronted with how early Interpol arrested Kanu in Kenya, Omar said, "Believe you me, I want to tell you I don't know what you are talking about. You are bringing an issue that Interpol is not aware of. Interpol is an international police organization that assists law enforcement agencies within the 196 countries to look for a fugitive that runs or is in hiding. If you look at all the other fugitives that have been brought to face justice in Nigeria, they have the link of those who were involved in the Interpol. I don't know, and I don't want to talk about the issue of Kanu or who brought him back to Nigeria. I'm not aware of this. We stated this long ago, and we made it categorically clear. This is coming from Interpol, the Vice President of Interpol Africa, Garuba Omar, debunking the news that Nigeria worked with Interpol in order to commit the international crime of extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, let me play this clip for you so that you can listen from him.
There are not a few who believe that the pace at which the Interpol International and Interpol Nigeria are working is quite interesting. They point to the fact that Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed group, IPOB, it didn't take long for them to grab him from the same Kenya and get him down to Nigeria, and he's facing justice now. That's why this is like a case of we're following process, diplomatic channels, etc., etc.
Believe me, I want to tell you I don't know what you are talking about. All I know. You please not to know exactly what you are talking about here. No. You are bringing an issue that Interpol is not aware of. Let me define the role of Interpol so that you can understand. Interpol is an international police organization that assists law enforcement agencies within the 196 countries to look for a fugitive that runs or is hiding. And if you look at all the other fugitives that are brought to face justice in Nigeria, they have the link, those who are involved with Interpol. So I don't want to talk about the issue of Kanu, who brought him back to Nigeria. I'm not aware how he was brought back to Nigeria or how he came into Nigeria. Interpol is not aware. We stated this long time ago, and we made it categorically clear. So it's not a question. There are what we call police-to-police relationship, international police cooperation. Another police, it does not necessarily bring Interpol. Okay. If one police and another exchange a suspect is running from them, they can have an international police cooperation that out of the scope of Interpol. Okay. However, if a notice is given to an individual, like blue notices, when the inmates in Kuje prison escape, we did a biometric capture of those suspects, and we shared it with international communities. We shared it with our law enforcement agencies.
I believe that the best candidate for the party.
Okay, that was from the Interpol, information coming from the Interpol that they are not aware of how Nigeria government abducted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and extraordinarily renditioned him to Nigeria. They made it clear that they are not aware. And if you had listened to me from the beginning, I did mention the disinformation from the Nigeria media. The disinformation from the Nigeria media. And you can agree with me that this is a planned strategy of the Nigeria government. The Nigeria government have undue influence on the media. And if you paid attention to the guy who was making this interview, he had to ensure that he made the pronouncement of calling IPOB proscribed. He had to say the proscribed leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, knowing fully well that the proscription, just like every other judgment from the Nigeria government, was bought in the black market, knowing fully well that that proscription cannot stand in their own courts, which is the reason why Nigeria government, they have been running from their court to defend the proscription of IPOB they have been running from their court. But this same journalist, just like Punch did not do their due diligence when they made this report, the same journalist had to include proscribed, something that he cannot defend, something that the Nigeria government itself cannot defend. Now, moving on from that, I want to bring you more news of what is happening. And you must recall that on the 20th of July 2022, the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention declared that the extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a violation of International Human Rights Convention. The same United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention declared that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released unconditionally. Unconditionally. This was according to the statement from the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, which was released on the 20th of July 2022. Now, all these pronouncements, such as the pronouncements from different courts in Nigeria, pronouncements from different organizations in the world that have jurisdiction over Nigeria, all these pronouncements, such as the one of the UN, have continued to fall on deaf ears as Nigeria government has continued to blatantly ignore them. Instead, the Nigeria government have pursued every effort to inflict severe physical and psychological torture on the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. Nigeria government, aided by the judiciary, has made sure that they keep Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the DSS dungeon for their own selfish reasons. They are seeking to ensure that they imprison an innocent man, a man who committed no crime, a man who their courts have at several times said that this man committed no crime known to the law. Yet, the court has enabled the Nigeria government to keep Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the DSS dungeon. Now, you must also recall that on the 14th of September 2017, the Nigeria government tried to assassinate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, despite Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case being due to appear in their own court just hours later. Thankfully, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu managed to escape this assassination attempt on his life. But the Nigeria government managed to kill at least 28 people at his home, at his family home that day, and this includes his cousin, Adako. The family dog was not even spared. They killed as much as they could, and they slaughtered. This massacre, this killing, is what caused the death of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's parents, His Royal Highness and Lolo Kanu. They passed on as a result of this 14th of September 2017 massacre at his home. The massacre did not just end there. They took it across the area. They killed a lot of people to the point that at the end of the day, 7 mass graves was found. 7 mass graves was discovered as a result of the activities of the Nigeria government. Now, somebody would be asking, why is Nigeria government adamant on keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the DSS dungeon? Why is the Nigeria government adamant on killing him? Why is the Nigeria government adamant on killing Biafrans? What are they doing? What are they saying? This is what we are saying. We are simply calling for a United Nations supervised referendum. We are simply calling a test to verify the authenticity of the democratic process that the Nigeria government says it is upholding. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on his own presents a solution to the numerous issues that for decades have been plaguing Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu presents solution to the issues such as corruption, the issues such as political instability, the issues such as human rights abuses, which is rife in Nigeria, issues such as economic mismanagement, which is which is a problem, a serious problem in Nigeria, where a former governor is currently being chased around by the EFCC for over 80 billion naira fraud. Over 80 billion naira fraud is just one of the numerous charges of misappropriation of funds. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as well presents solution to the ethnic tension that is ravaging Nigeria. These problems are foundational problems. These problems are not problems that can go away. These are problems that are there because the power was not in the hands of the people, because democracy in the real aspect of it is not what is being practiced in Nigeria. Therefore, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, therefore IPOB, therefore Biafrans are demanding for a United Nations supervised referendum for the indigenous people of Biafra, for us to decide our fate as indicated in the United Nations Charter, which Nigeria is a signatory to, by the way. Today, just like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, thousands and thousands of Biafrans are illegally held at different Nigeria government dungeons. This is because Nigeria understands that the people know that there is nothing democratic about the country. People understand that there is nothing democratic about Nigeria, and therefore the people are not interested in a life where they are constantly subjugated, in a life where they have no say, in a life where they have no contribution to the Nigerian issue, to solving the Nigerian problems. And they understand that the problem in Nigeria needs a solution. That is why the people understand that the problem in Nigeria needs a solution, a serious solution. Look at this other news from this is from Daily Post, which says over 8,000 Christians killed in 13 months, Inter-Society alleges. Over 8,000 Christians killed in 13 months, Inter-Society alleges. Now, this says a rights group, International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law, Inter-Society, has raised the alarm that Christianity and freedom of worship may die in Nigeria. This is as the group alleges that more than 8,200 defenseless Christians were hacked to death in 13 months of January 2023 to January 2024, and over 8,000 abducted. It made the claim in a statement made available to Daily Post on Monday. The statement was signed by Emeka Umeabalasi, board chairman Inter-Society, Chinwe Umechi, head, Democracy and Good Governance. That is the head of Democracy and Good Governance Program. Obianuju Ibueli, head, Civil Liberties and Rule of Law. Ndidi Amaka Bernard, head, International Justice and Human Rights. Osita Go, head, International Contacts and Mobilization, and Chidema Udebunam, head, Campaign and Publicity. Okay, it says according to the group, Christianity, Jewish and traditional religions are most likely to disappear in Nigeria or any part thereof, particularly in mainland and outpost Igbo in the next 50 years. It said the adherents of the said religions may not freely practice their faith in the next 50 years. Apart from the grave existential threat to freedom to practice religion or believe in Nigeria or any part thereof, Inter-Society has also observed that over 80% of Christian leaders are hypocrites and fakers who are no longer true defenders of faith. It has been generally observed that the ordeal or travail of the Nigerian Christians is fundamentally originated from the faith leaders who have abandoned defense of faith to defense of stomach by allowing dry quest for materialism and personal aggrandizement to dominate their supposedly divine calling. The International Freedom of Religion or Worship, otherwise called First Freedom, is facing a serious threat of extinction by violent and intolerant state actors and non-state actors in Nigeria or any part thereof. In Nigeria, according to Inter-Society's special report of February 14, 2024, more than 8,200 defenseless Christians were hacked to death in 13 months of January 2023 to January 2024, and over 8,000 abducted, out of which 10% or 800 are not capable of returning to their families alive. Nigeria also recorded over 150,000 religious-related deaths since the July 2009 Boko Haram uprising, involving killing of at least 100,000 defenseless Christians, 46,000 moderate Muslims. Not less than 4,000 deaths were drawn from non-Christian and non-Muslim faith members. Direct killing also accounted for not less than 100,000 deaths and indirect killings, including deaths arising from state actors and non-state custodial torture and shootings or hackings took the remaining 50,000 deaths. Between July 2009 and January 2024, not less than 19,000 churches, including over 2,000 sacred temples of the African instituted churches and Jewish religion, and over 1,000 sanctuaries of the traditional religionists were wantonly destroyed or burnt down. About 2,500 Christian schools and other sacred places of learning were also affected. In the first past 4 months of 2024, or January to April, the number of Christians killed and those abducted has risen to an estimated 800 and 1,000, respectively. In all these, Benue, Plateau, and southern Kaduna have steadily remained the worst hit since June 2015. To the extent that in the past 4 years, or 2020 to 2023, the three Christian-held states had lost not less than 24,000 defenseless Christians on a yearly average of 2,000 Christian deaths, Inter-Society alleges. Now this, I want to remind you, is one of the issues that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, an IPOB, is having with Nigeria. The issue of insecurity is a very, very serious issue. And this issue of insecurity cannot be handled because of other factors. Other factors, like I call them, are foundational problems of Nigeria. Factors like political instability. Because there is no political will to arrest the insecurity in Nigeria, then nothing can happen, because there are so many problems bothering Nigeria, such as corruption, such as ethnic tension. It becomes hard for one ethnicity to defend the next because of such issues. It becomes also impossible for those in political positions to defend their people, those that they are supposed to be there to serve, because they also are corrupt. Because they are corrupt. This is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's solution is the solution that Nigeria needs. Give power back to the people. Let Nigeria practice democracy. Let democratic principles be respected in Nigeria. Look at what is happening in the